Good evening, and a very good morning to those who are in East Africa. I know it's already a morning to some of them. They are ahead of us. For us who are in Southern Africa, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Swahili Nation channel. Welcome to the One Africa movement. My name is Ezra from South Africa. I'm going to be your host for tonight. Welcome to the Weekend Talk. And yeah, it's one of those shows, weekend. On a lighter note, anything goes today. As you know, on weekends, we don't really go into specific details, but we allow you as the viewers, as the subscribers, to come and join us, and let's talk about anything and what's been happening in the continent. And if you've been watching any of our content that His Excellency Mika has been uploading, if you notice, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming in. So I know a lot of people are playing catch up, including myself. There's just a lot. Others are short clips, so watch, share. And if you've not subscribed to our channel, welcome. Be our subscriber for tonight. And yeah, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the Swahili Nation channel, and let's get the movement growing. Let's get the African content out, and let's get people talking. So welcome. It's been a while. It's been a couple of days that we haven't really had a live stream, but we've also given some time for other videos as well to get more time for you to read more and learn more about Ethiopia. So for those who've just joined us and who have been asking, where have we been? We have been planning, including myself. There's a lot of things, a lot of content that will be coming, and a lot of conversations and interviews coming. Yeah, so just stay tuned and be patient. A lot of stuff is still coming, and yeah, I've been working. I've been resting as well, trying to rest, trying to do other things as well. So don't get surprised. Don't think we've forgotten about you, or why are these guys not going live? We have been going live with other streams. I don't know if you saw the other stream that His Excellency talked about African tribe being one. So and some videos that have been he's been posting in Ethiopia. Go guys and watch those videos and learn about the what Mika has been sharing with us in Ethiopia. And I know a lot of people have been asking, when are you, Mika, coming? When are you coming to Ethiopia? Mika is there. It's time now to also learn about Ethiopia and learn about another African country. And do not support because it's your country, or even if it's not your country, support, learn. It's time to learn what how other countries look like and what other countries are doing as well. So do not support only what belongs to you. Support any content that is here in Africa that Africans are doing, putting it out there for you to learn and to make sure that as we unite, we know about each other, because that's one of the things that is lacking amongst us as Africans. We don't know much about each other's cultures, about each other's languages, about each other's countries, landscapes, different things. So when you see such things happening, when you see us as a channel being in Ethiopia, support the movement, and do not be left behind. Do not get left behind. So just what this is just one of the things that I always preach, that we need to learn from each other, and the way to learn is to cross our bridges, to leave our comfort zones and reach out to the other people. Leave your comfort zone to go learn. And people are more interested when somebody shows interest in their nation, or showing interest in how they live as well. So support. Watch content, learn as well. It's a big learning curve. I'm learning a lot. I don't think I've watched anybody doing a lot of content like that. I mean, in terms of Ethiopia. Yeah, but as a channel, please watch those videos, share with family and friends. And to those who might not know, who might have questions about Ethiopia, show them such videos and say, hey, look, this is the land, these are the mountains. I like the picture. I even shared on my WhatsApp the picture of His Excellency Mika when he was on the second highest peak in Ethiopia. So that was just one of the interesting part. And uh, I'm sure a lot of people were learning that there's like the highlands of Ethiopia. There's like those tall, big mountains that are out there that people don't even know about, you know. So, but it's a geography lesson and from also a tourism perspective is a land that we also need to make sure that we visit and we support as well, and support each and every African country. If it's time for us to support Ethiopia, let's support Ethiopia with everything that we have. When it's another nation, whether it's Tanzania, we support it fully. Whether it's Kenya, we support it fully. Whether it's Nigeria, we support fully. Any African country needs all our support. Let's support each other. Let's learn to reach out to each other, and let's learn to support each other and make sure that we all grow together as Africans. No one must be left behind. So without me talking too much, I'd love to start with prayer. I know a lot of people are out there saying, "Yeah, when are you praying?" So it's that time now for prayer. I would love us to get into prayer, and yes, pray in your own way, your own language, whatever works for you. But from my side, I'd love to start with a prayer, and yeah. So welcome, family. Welcome, family. I'll be just now. Ah, wow. Abba Father, thank you for this night that you've blessed us with. Thank you for this day. Thank you for this morning that we are witnessing, Father. We thank you that you've been with us, you've protected us, you've provided for us, you've gone with us through this journey. We ask, Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, as we are in a new level, in a new frontier, Lord, be with us in Jesus' mighty name. We pray, Father God, that you strengthen us in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Sorry about that, family. Thank you. Sorry about that, phones. We've got sometimes a lot of phones within me. I've got timetables and reminders for different things. It's just one of my alarms. Normally, that's another time to do something, either pray or do something. So sorry about the alarm for those who 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 might have heard that during our prayer. And yeah, family, let's talk. It's a weekend talk. Let's see. I know a lot of people would love to join us and would love to come in here. So I know a lot of people will be coming, and I won't be really wasting a lot of time. But I will really be sharing the link just now. But before we do anything, I'd love to welcome my co-host, my teammate, my I don't know how to even the chief, the voice, the chief, the voice. I missed you, and
I miss you
welcome
too.
to the voice, the chief.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. For you, it's gonna be on the late night. Thank you
Yeah, it's a
for having
morning
me.
to me now.
Yeah, it seems like
I've
I
joined all the
but
East Africans now.
right. It seems like I never got this link. I don't know what happened. And I saw one comment. I'm like, wait a minute, when did this thing been active? So I don't think a lot of people are being aware. Maybe you can share it on the WhatsApp One Africa link, so people can
Yeah,
be
okay.
aware about that.
Yeah, I think because I think we had set up this like almost 2 hours ago or so. I'm not sure, I don't
Right.
remember time, but yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, we're just waiting for all the traffic. Most Africans are now sleeping. It's our time now. The watchmen,
Right.
the one that is over Africa.
Right.
Let them sleep and we start working. You know, when they're tired, that's when we push. We push. When they wake up, they'll find us that we already started planting. Everything is ready, you know.
Right. There's a lot of things that have been uploaded from Mika on all the vlogs,
Yeah.
and I mean, I'm trying to catch up a lot of them. I mean, I've been doing
Yeah.
a few catch up, and I think I'm up to date right now. It's just I caught up most of them. One of the things is that really goes on viral. You can say that is climbing that mountain, and you can hear the cameraman really breathing hard, lack of oxygen, and Mika keep walking. He did some few push-up by the lake and all that. I'm like, man, he can hold on his oxygen, you know, because it's really hard to climb up that high, you know. From anyway, this Addis Ababa is 3,000, so yeah, you increase another what 1,700. Yeah, that's high. That's high. So he did a lot of coverage and yeah, few things that I see as concerns and stuff like that. And overall, he did a great show, showing us, you know, ways at following him. And in fact, I was very impressed. He found a cartoonist in Ethiopia, the young kid that was doing all the flexibility, you know, how flexible he was. And I was just putting and said, hey, you know, these are the things that we have them, and they need to be discovered, they need to be sponsored. And anybody that sees that, you know, maybe if you are in that kind of arena, athleticism or athletic or something that you follow, you know, is someone to see. It's great to see that I've seen other Africans also doing this, pretty much the same, and it just happened that Mika exposed the young kids that needs maybe some kind of a sponsorship or somebody that can motivate them to go to the next level.
Exactly. I think that young talent needs to be harnessed right now and channeled in in a proper structure.
Mm-hmm.
I know like acrobatic and you know, so there's a lot in that field. I mean, I think some people when they're thinking like those flexibility, just thinking maybe acrobatic only. I think even the entertainment. I mean, it's there, you know. So I think I wish and I hope yeah, maybe I'll share the video soon. Let me see. I'll try to share the video for those who might not know what we're talking about, Biggie, because I know we're bound to have somebody who say, what's that? What are you guys talking about? You know? So let me see. I'm just gonna try to share that video. But before I share the video, I see one of our co-hosts, our midnight weekend talk host, as well as here, Mwendatezi.
I knew it. I knew it. The, the, the logo change, but I knew. I said it's M. That I knew he was gonna come up.
You
Welcome,
know him.
Mundatezi. Mundatezi.
Mwendatezi. Welcome, brother. I think Mwendatezi is still busy with something. I think I might just play the video. Let's see. Mwendatezi, are you now connected, Mwendatezi?
It's probably on mute. You see it?
Let me see. Oh, he's unmuted. Maybe he's still making some coffee. I know he's a coffee man.
Yep.
he still needs to have a cup of coffee before he talks to us.
Absolutely.
And Yeah, let me see. I'm just gonna try to play the video. Where is this video now? It's just a lot here. Shoo. Can't believe we like and there's an upcoming video tomorrow for some of the guys, 1 p.m. Eastern African time. It'll also still be on the mountain. I think he took a video there. Guys, keep watching. Tomorrow will be another video that His Excellency Mika will be launching, and it's already there. It's just on a reminder. You can just click on the reminder so that when he premieres the video, you can watch it. So do that, family, please. Do that. Let me see. Sure. There's just a lot there, Biggie. I'm even getting confused here. So I'm going to a lot of videos. I'm like, let me see here. Yeah, let's see. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna play this one for now while I'm looking for that other one. There's another one that I think we lost Mendatezi there. Let me just
he's gonna redial.
Yeah, probably he will redial. Okay, I'm just gonna try to play this. Wait. Okay. Okay. Mendatezi, welcome.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Oh yeah. Sorry, man.
Mendatezi, welcome.
Welcome, guys. I'm fine. How are you guys been? It's been a while.
Yeah. It's been like what, 4 days? How have you been, Mendatezi? Okay, well, I mean, the test is still
I think he's got the
with...
YouTube. Yeah, I think he got the YouTube on.
Yeah, okay.
But
I'll just play this video for now.
Yeah.
I'll just play this video for now. For those who didn't know about what we're talking about, one of the altitude that Mika was talking about.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. It's another beautiful day. Oh my goodness, I'm feeling good. And the team is feeling well right there. I think everybody's tired. Look at them. Look at them. Look at these people. Someone is tired. Let's go! All right. So we're on our way, and we're going to climb the mountain today. We're supposed to do it yesterday, but due to the we're kind of late, so we decided to postpone it to do it today this morning. One thing about that mountain is that it's very cold. We're gonna climb all the way to the top. Man, I don't really have winter clothes here. You need winter clothes to climb that mountain, but I'll try my best to do it. We'll see who is gonna fail to go all the way to the top. In my orders to make sure. Alright, let's see this.
Ezra, the sound is kind of off. Am I the only one?
Really? How's the audio? You're saying the sound is a bit off?
yeah, and it was a kind of I don't know if Mundatezi he watched it, but it kind of uh, got some kind of crackling voice, and at the same time he froze, but a little bit
Mm.
technical. Maybe it's on my side only. How do you hear me?
I could hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly, Biggie.
Okay.
Guys, can you hear us? Are you guys able to hear us? Just on the comment section, guys. Can you guys hear us? And was the video audible? Okay, some guys can hear us. Biggie, can you hear me properly? From your side, Biggie.
Yeah, I see Rahel saying she can hear us.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Gigi
I saw
said the
that.
same, so they can hear us.
Wow.
Just a comment on the video. And did you guys saw it and hear it clearly? TG or someone?
Okay, let me do this. Okay, let me. Okay, let me see if I could put it back. I'm just gonna try to. Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay, let me just put it back here.
Because there's no river here. It's just here. It's just this area right here. Look at this. That's this. That's it. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know where it's going, but it's beautiful. It's good to be here. The weather is chill. It's cold. My friends here, they're feeling cold, but I'm feeling good, man. Because come on, man. I've been to South Korea, and you know the weather there is too crazy. It's too cold. So this is just a piece of cake. Look at that. Would you take a look at that, guys? This is beautiful. Catch up with my people. Wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for me. Oh, life is good, LG. Exactly. You know the meaning of LG is life is good. Life is good, guys. When you're on top of the mountain, life is good.
Yeah, that was the video that we were talking about. For those who missed the video, you can check out the link tomorrow, whenever. When we talk about the altitude of the mountain, this is the second highest peak. I just saw there on his pictures. Biggie, have you been to that
Yeah, no,
region?
he said. Yeah, he said. Here I come, Kilimanjaro. He's
we
next,
have to
the
try to
next
get
one.
Kilimanjaro. You know,
That was awesome.
Kilimanjaro.
That was awesome because he just went on places that need to be explored. You can see it. There's nothing around it. It's just right on top of the mountain, and then at the same time having that little small lake. It's amazing right on that at that altitude. So I think the water comes from below. There's no river, nothing on it.
Yeah, and mountains have always been. Some mountains have been a source of water storage for many other countries, and even especially with people that live below the mountains. we find that they rely on the water that's coming from the mountains. Either some rivers, they start obviously from the mountains, but that's interesting. With the water there on top of the mountain, it's something of nature. Sometimes it has its own things. God has a way of doing things in a way. But I think
Right.
Mwendatezi, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Clear now, brother.
Yeah, bro. It's been a crazy man. My phone it fell down and the screen just went kaput. So I had to change devices.
Oh man. Oh. And how have you been, Mwendatezi? How's Kenya? How's Mombasa? How's the beautiful part of Mombasa?
It's been nice. It's been drizzling. The weather has been a bit kind to us, so I can't complain. How is South Africa? We will be asking you a lot of that later in the night.
Yeah. No problem. We'll save that for later. We'll save that for later. But it's been good. We've also been having some rains. But this week, at least I think where I am, we've had like rain once this week, but strong rain, not just like a small rain, but like a really strong rain where kind of, some places it was a bit flooded for that moment, but nothing too hectic. And is it rainy season? Is it summer in Kenya? But you're in the equator, so you guys are divided between south and north and south.
Kenya has this is it confused weather? It's just nobody. The weather doesn't know how to just act. Sometimes it just rains. Sometimes it's like right now we are supposed to be. I don't know if it's summer or winter, but usually there is no rains at this time. Usually, but now it's raining. It's very in fact in Nairobi it's cold. It's very very cold, which is unusual at this time. It's usually warm. So I'm wondering because usually our is it? I don't know if you can even call it a winter, but it's usually during the normal summers, July and July, August. That is when it gets the most coolest, and we get the most rain. It's just so it's going to be very. I think it's this climate change. I think it's just made everything out of sync. Everything is just different now.
So you also
do you think it has anything to? Do you think it has anything to do with the climate change?
Yeah. That's the mantra. That's what everybody is saying. So I don't know. The problem with the climate is, climate is just weather. Climate is weather recorded over a period of time. So when the weather is not really acting like it does historically, they're calling it climate change. I don't know if it's climate change, but I learned some very interesting things about Africa and climate. Did you know that every 20,000 years, the the Sahara Desert, it goes from being green to desert. It's like a cycle every 20,000 years. So very interesting fact. Yeah?
Wow, I didn't know that, eh?
Yeah, I didn't know that. When is it going to happen that we can move there? The Sahara is green now, and
the Sahara is green.
And maintain it green.
Yeah. It speaks to actually a very interesting history in Africa and civilization. I think there's a lot of I don't know, but there are a lot of people investigating that there are a lot of ancient cities actually in the Sahara that used to be there when the Sahara was green. So it's a lot. So it's a very place rich. It's a very rich excavation site for those who are interested, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that have not been excavated. The other thing that I learned about the Sahara Desert extend all the way to Afar, Ethiopia. Do you know that?
Yeah,
It
looking at the
extends
map.
all the way. Look at the map itself. It's
Hmm.
just it extends all. And in fact, there was some writings about the trade routes through this. There's a lot of trading that goes on from east west,
Hmm.
and it goes all the way to the Afar region.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think when I saw that video of Mika in Ethiopia. Oh god. Oh, you guys can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
can
can
hear
hear you.
you. Hear you.
Oh, the screen went loading, and I'm like, okay, it's done.
I think it's me loading that African map. I just wanted
Yeah.
to see the Sahara. So when Big was talking about it's starting from, obviously it's starting from where, like, because I know the other region before the Sahara state, it's called what, the Sahel, whatever it's called. It's
Hmm.
more what is it called? Is it like a arid area?
Hmm.
Um, a bit dry, obviously also low rainfall. Uh, and I'm just checking the map, and Ethiopia is here. So I
You see the
guess
band
now,
between Ethiopia, right there, between Ethiopia and
mm-hmm.
Eritrea. That band
Yes, yeah.
it goes all the way to the Afar.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, Sahara was green 5,000 years ago. I mean, who was asking? Somebody was asking in the comments. 5,000 years ago, it was green. So it wasn't
Mm,
a long time ago as that.
wow. But wow. I think a lot of countries will flourish if they had to get let's looking at the huge chunk of our continent being a desert like this. Imagine if countries like all these North African countries and some in the West, Central, like Chad, Sudan. I think looking at, like, this part of the map, a lot of countries will obviously maybe explode in agriculture and other things besides maybe minerals. I'm just looking
Yeah,
at this is a big land. I mean, sure. So when are they? When is it gonna start being green again, Monatezi?
It got 15,000 years left.
yeah.
Oh!
Just hang in there, hang in there, hang in there.
It
Drink
said
your water,
5,000 years ago. It got 15,000 to go.
drink your water and your vegetables. You make it.
And in fact, there was an article where China is turning the desert green.
Oh yes, I've seen that before. Yes, I've
Yeah,
seen that.
they're turning it green, and there's a process to it where you can really by planting trees and stuff like that, bringing some soil, removing some of the sand. I don't know. There's a process actually.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, what I think about that. I don't think that's a good idea. You know, this thing where I don't know why there is this belief. I think it's selfish of us human beings to see the desert as a encroaching hostile area that there is actually an ecosystem in the desert, right? It has its own ecosystem. So when you start planting trees over there, you are actually disrupting an ecosystem, you know. So I don't know. I've read about that. I've read that when it's not advisable to be planting trees where there were no trees. Like you don't know what you're messing with. That's what they're saying. And usually, if after a while, it doesn't usually end well.
Because I think some of them, I know even in the Sahel as well, they had there's a project, I think, where they were planting trees. They started planting trees. I have seen a documentary about it, where they were talking about uh, uh, planting trees. I think from Senegal, Mali, Niger, Chad, Sudan, I think up until Ethiopia and Eritrea, somewhere there, and even Djibouti, if I'm not mistaken, where they've been trying to make sure, because I think a lot of people have been cutting a lot of trees. A lot of trees have been cut by a lot of people, obviously using wood for cooking and doing other things, housing and all that over the years. So there's been literally a lot of trees being cut down. So they're trying to like resuscitate the environment. I don't know the impact of it and how it helps. But apparently, the project why they wanted to green the Sahel was because of a lot of trees that have been lost over the years, because a lot of people are using wood and even for their livestock as well for food. I mean, for the nomads, people that are obviously travel a lot, they're always looking for those greener pastures. So with putting more trees there, it'll help the nomads, the Torek, and all those people that always migrate between countries and stuff. So I don't know much about the environmental aspect in terms of if we temper, if we try to fix certain things that we think we made a mistake on, how it affects us, and or there'll be an imbalance in terms of the rainfall patterns and the temperatures and whatnot. I'm not sure. Obviously, with this, we'll need somebody with a climatologist or somebody with that kind of knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, but
But what? Mm,
you know that the trees. I don't know why. It's also another myth that it is the trees that only bring rainfall. You know that tree. It's actually plants. You know, there are so many plants like grasslands. Grasslands also bring like especially in Africa where we have a lot of savanna.
mm,
There, you know, you can't go planting trees over there. The savanna actually contribute more to the rainfall than the trees you see. You know, so it's I think this is an old myth that I think science has evolved. So you find that this myth that we used to operate on, or these facts have been debunked. That now these days people don't. It's actually not advisable to plant trees where there were no trees. But you can plant trees. You're supposed to plant trees where there were trees and they were cut down. That one is encouraged. But if there were no trees naturally in that region, you should not plant trees. You should
mm.
always plant the indigenous species that was there. I think that is the what policy now that is being applied currently.
And an interesting fact, when you talk about planting like foreign species in places where they naturally they are not supposed to be there, if you know the history of Johannesburg, how it was built, also Johannesburg, the way in fact it was more a grassland area. But when you look at Joburg today, it's one of the I think they call it one of the largest man-made green space because
I think it's the third in the world or something. I don't know. Stop
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
the
So
jacaranda tree.
not just the Jaranda, it's mostly in Pretoria, but in Johannesburg, it's mixed. It's different trees from even Jaranda is not really indigenous to Africa. I think it's from
Yeah, I think it's America, South American,
South
but
America. Yes.
it's a very beautiful tree though. I don't know. I really like it, man.
Yeah. So when you look at Johannesburg as well, Johannesburg and Pretoria, there's a lot of greenery, but I think the indigenous plants, mostly at Johannesburg, to be specific, there was a lot of grass. If you look at pictures of during the gold rush, when the mining started, the gold rush in Johannesburg, which built the city, which was gold, it was mostly grasses. It was just like rolling hills with grasses and stuff. There wasn't really a lot of trees there. But obviously, with people moving in close to each other, obviously trying to manicure gardens and stuff, then a lot of trees were planted all over the city. And even people now, they plant a lot of trees that are even some of them are obviously foreign to the land, and some of them are known to even absorb a lot of water, groundwater especially, than the indigenous trees that are native to that land. So yeah, it is interesting what you're saying, and I guess people are also migrating. People go to different countries, they come with trees or plants from their own countries. They want to plant them in wherever they live, and yeah, I wonder if that is not also contributing, because maybe we're looking at only the climate change, thinking it's the industrial countries that are polluting the environment, the ozone, and all these things. maybe even those things are contributing. Who knows? Maybe somebody has a PhD research. They can do their PhD or their post doctoral something research, or even just a normal research paper they can do for us. Maybe somebody knows. Who knows? Somebody who's in the plants and plant sciences and all that stuff. I forgot the word they're using for plants and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, there's actually, yeah, I think there's this tree called the eucalyptus. If you heard of it.
I know it. Let me show you something. I even have the eucalyptus oil. It's popular in the country. It's used for steaming, especially if you are having like anything flu related, or even the COVID. For some people, they inhale this. You normally just pour it in hot water, boiling water, and you steam. You inhale the eucalyptus oil, and it clears your throat. It opens your the nasals, even your lungs. You start feeling it. It's almost minty smell, but it's not mint, but it has that minty thing. And I even know the tree. The tree is indigenous to Australia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's a dangerous tree. That's a bad tree, bro.
And you know how we came to have them as well in the country. Apparently, it was they imported them from Australia in the country. Especially, it was the mining companies that brought those trees here. It's called the blue gum trees, that where they can extract the leaves and make eucalyptus oil. So the blue gum trees, what they do was, they were made for mining because there were a lot of mining collapses and stuff. So apparently, I don't know how factual is this. Apparently, if you have a lot of the blue gum trees, when you plant them in mostly mining, they use it for wood as well. Sorry, for wood and also stabilizing the ground. Apparently, if you have a lot of them, they stabilize your ground. When you mine underground, there isn't really a lot of caving in of the soil and things like of that nature. But I don't know how true it is. I read somewhere as well, but I know they're indigenous.
The Ethiopia, especially around the Addis when I was growing up, during the winter time, from June, July, you get a lot of cold-related illnesses. And I remember they used to boil that in a room, and sometimes you would really cover yourself and just soaking on the steam from the eucalyptus. So it was an old remedy for those cold issues, and let's say you got coughing issue. This comes during the winter in Ethiopia, so people use that a lot. We have a lot of eucalyptus, and then the root is deep. That's why it maintains it from erosion. You got these heavy rains and all that, but whenever you got the eucalyptus trees, the erosion is minimized because they hold the ground pretty good.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah. It's a deep root.
Yeah, but did you know that the eucalyptus is actually banned in some countries? That tree.
Yeah, I could believe that. Well, why did they ban them, man?
I tell you, it's a very dangerous tree to the environment, man. It does not
water.
Yeah, it's very. It does not allow. It does not compete. It does not allow competition. When there is a place, when it's around, nobody else is growing over there. It's Packs all the water. There's nobody else is growing over there. It's just so imagine if it's a foreign species put in your, it's just going to destroy it's not going, because it doesn't, it kills competition. It doesn't mess with competition. So
yeah, it's deep rooted. It's deep rooted. That no plant will survive it around it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's actually been banned in many countries because of people, like it destroys the indigenous vegetation. Do not survive when they grow around eucalyptus trees.
I wonder what has been planted when it came into 350 million trees that Dr. Abiy planted. Really didn't see they planted trees, but I wonder if it is eucalyptus then.
Or maybe but I'm sure they must have done an environmental assessment. Probably there is a mixture of a lot of maybe indigenous plants or indigenous trees, because I know every country will try to obviously push the natural species that knows how to survive the different condition in the country. And then maybe just for cosmetic sometimes purposes they'll plant that, or for a specific thing. As I said, the mining houses here, they planted them for stability, as you say, soil erosion and all that stuff. But in terms of water, I've heard about it being dangerous in terms of your wells and stuff. It really consumes a lot of water. Even there's another species, I just forgot the name of that species. It's also used in the paper industry in the country. It's only grown in areas where there's a lot of rainfall, and it's also grown in mountainous areas as well. So they are also known to absorb a lot of water, especially trees that they use for. I just forgot the name of the plant that is used for paper and stuff. I think it's the pine. I'm not sure if it's a pine tree or, but yeah, they grow tall and they also consume a lot of water. So you cannot just really plant it anyway. So it's for commercial purposes, and they use it for paper. I know in some places outside Devon, there's a lot of plantations for that, because there's a lot of areas with high rainfall. So they plant them there for such for doing paper, for creating of paper. And some part of another province called Mpumalanga, they also do the same thing there as well, where they plant those trees. They grow tall. When you look at them, I mean, yeah, they really grow tall, and they're using them for not just paper. I mean, even for furniture and other things, but mostly for paper.
I tried to Google it out, couldn't find it.
I don't know. I just forgot the name of it. The reason some of the trees I know a bit about plants is because when I was still at school, that's high school, we did some trips to some of these places. And what you said, and that says about being dangerous, some places they were teaching us about trees that are the country have accepted to use them, but they're not really indigenous. And when they're looking at how much water they consume and choking other native plants. So what you're saying is really true. That's how I learned when I went to school camps, especially where we had like one of the schools. I've been to many schools, but one of the schools that I went to, which was the best school, because we went for environmental camping sites. Okay, it will be environmental camps. When we go there, they'll teach us about nature, plants. There'll be session for all those things. And then we do a lot of outdoor activities and all of that stuff. So that's where we'll be taught more about plants, even animals as well, depending on where we go to. They'll teach us about animals. This animal is prone to this disease. Just general, knowledge that a lot of just common people don't really access. But once you go to those camps, you really learn as a student. You're not just going there to be playing outdoors, but you'll be learning. It's a learning camp. I don't know if I
Yeah, when when I was in high school in Ethiopia, we used to go to those places, different places, exploring the natural resources and different plants. In fact, some of it are tied in with your science class, and you have to write like a little report to it. What did you find? What did you explore? I think these are pretty much a good thing to promote within the African nation, that our youth will start learning the environment, what is good for the environment. And we can create young scientists out of it. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that some of them do, some of them because of the economical issue. Some school cannot afford that kind of trip. So I think if you get a chance on summertime when school closes, I think promoting this kind of trips and having to explore these things and share throughout the African continent. I think it would be fun. I think it would be very interesting.
Really, indeed. And I think such learning stuff where they can even write about it. We didn't write about it, but I think that's even way better because it keeps your mind active. You focus when you go to a place. Because I know once students are out of the class, they just want to have fun, they just want to play. But when you get to a point where you need to go write a school report about your trip, hey, now you gotta we'll see who was concentrating and who was not,
Everybody gets a chance because while you're out there, we're given assignment on what you like, what you want to see the plants, you want to see the water, even the water has been taken as a sample and see it if there's any bacteria, anything that grows in it. You look at it in the binoculars, in the microscope. Sorry about that, and learn about parameces and all that. So it was very interesting trips every time that I went there. So interesting. But now I don't think they got enough budget for any school even to have the school system. And that's one thing that I think we going back to the education side of it is we don't have enough schools out there for kids to learn, the basics, and that needs to be addressed, on a higher level. And people that are in education, like Professor Isra, would be great, getting all this information put together and shared with everybody else. I see it's a need, In fact, you don't have to go that far from your school, really. If you look at it within your own school environment, you'll find different things. It's just making time to it and make it a program. What is in the outside? Are you learning? Because uh, when you're a kid, when you're younger and you've been directed in certain explorations, kids are very like sponge. Oh, I didn't know that. It was right behind the schoolyard. I lived by the river, and I see the river fluctuation during summertime, wintertime. All that just go naturally right on the backyard. And in fact, they built the park right across the river. So basically, you can see it from my house. So these are the certain things that they may change and understand your environment within your own school ground. Will be creative for the future young Africans, because they will identify what's missing. They'll identify at a young age. They start growing their minds and, hey, I can do this, I can do that. That'll give them a good edge. Just learning your environment around you. When it comes to sanitary, for example, if you got certain water, stagnant water, you're victimized to a different disease like malaria, things like that. Don't just look at it from just the city. Within the city, you'll find stagnant water and how to create a way to drain it. Having your drainage open. These kids, if you don't teach them that, um, it would be a forgotten exploration, but when you are young and you explore that, I think that'll give you more learning in your environment that you live in. And then take it in the different area. Why is it malaria still in Africa? A lot of countries eradicate that because you got stagnant water and nobody pays attention to it. It's like it's not my job. But in fact, it's the one that's going to hurt you back because you get stung by those mosquitoes, man. I've seen people that have been stung, and it goes from malaria, yellow fever, and all that. And if you bring the youth to understand that, then it will create a safe environment automatically, because the kids are very creative and imaginative and find the solution. But if you don't expose them to that, then you're very limited just on books. And books, is what you do. We learn about math, science, and everything else, but you don't even get exposed about your environment.
Exactly.
So education.
When that's practical education when you do such
Hands-on.
activities,
Mm-hmm. We used to have a program in Addis. This is during the Mengistu Haile Mariam, and all the youth between the age of 14 to 30, every month to the minimum, we used to come out and clean gutters and stuff like that. Make sure that everything is draining well. You clean all the trash. Put it in a trash area. They call it limat. It's taking care of your surrounding. So imagine the whole Addis Ababa. Sometimes two different regions will do it at the same time, and it's kind of fun because you're doing it for yourself, to have a clean environment. I really enjoyed that part of it because it also created a different social life, awareness of your surrounding, and the kids start talking. Hey, this thing is not draining well, so we'll see a couple kids going there and work on the drainage system and stuff. And that's because you don't want mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are one of the worst in Africa. They're vicious. They they can kill you literally. So there was such programs, and at the same time, imagine the youth now get to meet in the field and actually, cleaning. It's just somebody showing you what you need to do, and you know what to do. Exactly. You see some dirt in there, you need to clean it. But at the same time, it creates that youth conversation. They start talking about, if we do this, this shouldn't be a problem. So we start discussing and have a long-term solution when it comes to boys, to drainage systems, or somebody will always see a certain area where people keep dumping trash, and it's in front of where people walk around. So uh, that's not healthy. You know what I mean? So we clean all that up, and then we just put in certain bins where the trash collection company will come in and clean up for us. You know what I mean? But they don't have the manpower to bring that trash out. So we were the manpower to bring the trash out and keep your environment clean. And now, of course, the government is really aggressively cleaning now when it comes to regions. It became like literally a competition how to beautify your city or your living environment. But these are the programs that were there that enhance the communication between youth. It was a great experience.
Wow, that's a practical education. But just wanna I see some people here, the Only and Marie Antoinette talking about coffee. I already have my tea here. Marie Antoinette. And the Only asking me if I've been to private schools. I've been on both, public and private. A good experience for myself. But I just want to welcome Menelek. Menelek has been holding.
Hello.
Menelek, welcome.
Hello, thank you. How are you?
Welcome.
Daraj Milik, Danana?
Huh?
Danana?
Nah, sorry, bro.
Beginning.
No, we got to keep this in English. So,
Oh.
what I wanted to talk about was I heard you guys were talking about the Sahara Desert, and this is finally a subject I can actually chip on in on. Now, one
Wow.
thing we got to realize is if you know, like you guys were talking about the desert in China, it's the Kabuki Desert, and it actually failed many times before they were able to keep it sustainable. But what they did was they mixed bushes and trees because the main objective was to keep a road clear that goes into Xinjiang. And the only reason why that it operates now is because you have people who continuously water it. And that is where it fails in Africa. Because what we do a lot of times is that we have people who will plant these trees, make a celebration, take the pictures of them, and then they just strictly forget about it, move on to the next big project. And if you take another example like the Yatzir Forest of Israel, which is now their biggest forest, and you got to think that this was planted in somewhere in the 60s, but they've been maintaining it up until now. So the idea of afforestation is not old, but the success stories in Africa have just not been that well, if I can just say so. So what we would have to do to make it correct is that we need someone to maintain the water levels in those places. We would need a diversification of species such as plants, trees, and grass, as they can all protect each other from different types of environments. Such as sand, they're often best caught by grass instead of trees. They will just murder trees. So if you guys understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we,
yeah,
we
we
get what you're
understand,
saying.
bro.
I mean,
Yeah. But then talking on the subject of education, I do agree with our friend here that in Africa we have way too many people trying to become doctors and lawyers. So we do need to have more basic education, something that can be more in practical rather than just being in the academics, because otherwise we won't have the people with the vast knowledge to actually build something with their physical hands. Like we need someone to become not just a construction worker, but become a master of construction. Someone who has to go all the way to their PhD just to know how to build things. When you look at maybe Europe, America, or even Japan and China, now they're focusing on that to make every single worker, whether you're a garbage collector, whether you're just working at a restaurant, no matter what, you try and be the best of it as you can be. And you try and give them the tools so that they can become more than just someone who gathers rubbish. For instance, you have someone in a garbage truck going around gathering garbage. Don't just let them be someone who gathers garbage. Let them know what type of garbage they're gathering. Let them know what can be used for recycling, what should be thrown away. Make them a master of this subject and empower them so that they themselves maybe can open a private business and continue on the work without having the government needing to keep funding this. If you guys understand what I'm saying.
mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand, my brother. In fact, does anybody have a question, or should I?
No, continue, Mendatezi.
When I behave like this, it's because I'm going to ask a controversial question.
Yeah,
But
sure.
Since you have somebody who knows, ask Mendatezi.
yeah, you've spoken some truth, my brother. Uh, what do you think is holding us back from embracing our art to its full potential? What do you think is holding us back?
One example I can give, for instance, when I was in Kenya, one bad practice that they had there was cutting down trees for firewood. When you think of these people, they're not thinking that they're doing bad. These are just people who need to heat their houses. They need the energy now. So this is one problem that I do find a lot. But in Kenya, they even put laws that penalize people who cut down trees. Somewhere near the Kakamega area, I forgot the county's name. But there, if you cut down a tree, anyone catches you, the government's going to come and fine you. Now, the government does this because, cutting down the trees in these areas will just lead to further desertification. But what I would say is that the government, they don't realize that many of these people, well, they do realize that many of these people are just desperate. And I think that is one of the biggest weaknesses in Africa, is that a lot of our people are too busy trying to feed themselves, trying to survive, and therefore they cannot focus on many of the other things that you may see in, for instance, Israel, Northern Europe, or like America. As you see, many of these people, they're not so focused on surviving. So therefore they can go into their more creative minds. So what we need to allow for Africans to do is to explore that part more.
Hmm.
Yeah. And that's how to answer the question. Otherwise, I don't know. Other
I think as Africa, we as you said about people who cut those firewood, for them it's an innocent act, it's a survival act, and they don't know the long term obviously impact of them obviously overutilizing that resource where it ends up tomorrow going to affect them where they can't find any wood anymore, and obviously their survival will also still be at stake. So I think coming up with ways, as you say, like ways to maintain any project, because as you say that as Africa we are failing on projects that we create. There's a lot of projects that come. We see presidents, we see ministers, we see whoever going to launch them, but to maintain them and keep them afloat even years to come, it's something that is lacking of a weakness in our continent where we can maintain our infrastructure or any project that is for the people, you know. And I like your comment, Menelik, when you said we need to teach the people why, because I think people when they don't understand the why aspect of why do we have a road here, why do we have a river here, if they can understand those basic things, it's much easier. And also having a sense of ownership. You know, when I look at a country like Rwanda, the people of Rwanda, I don't really know much. I can't say on the ground to say this is their thinking, but from the aspect of them cleaning their city, since you talked about garbage, cleaning their city, making sure there's no litter, even the government going to that extreme to say no plastic. I mean, plastic is utilized in many things, but to even cut off plastic in your country, it's a big step. I mean, you killing a certain industry. Some countries, I'm sure, they're scared to do that because there's industries that will be affected so much if you say no more plastic or or you choose such a policy. And if people understand why, I think the people of Rwanda maybe they understood why. The president maybe explained to them and say, why do we need to have a clean city? Why do we need a clean environment? Why we don't need a plastic usage in everything that we're using? All those things. If our nations and people can listen instead of just maybe even fighting leaders for no reason, even when they're speaking other important things, we already are so not for them anymore. We're like, this guy, I can't wait for him to finish his term and saying any other things. Sometimes we fail to listen to each other as Africans. And I think how we can even build those ideas where people can know, understand why do we have to take certain policies? Why do we need a clean Africa? Why do we need a clean environment? Because it's for us and things like that. I think that's where we're lacking in explaining certain things for our people and us as people to talk about such things.
Okay,
I don't know if somebody has something to get there.
I have another question for you, His Excellency.
Yes, Excellency.
Is it that they don't know, or we don't? Is it that we don't know, or we don't care?
I wouldn't say, like, sorry, if I may answer it, I wouldn't
Yeah,
say
no
it's that
problem.
we don't know. But if you think of yourself as one of the people in Africa who are living on the bottom, if you do not cut that tree down tonight, your family may not eat, your family may not be able to live where they live, you may just starve and die. So for many of these people, it really is a choice of life and death. So they sometimes may know exactly what they're doing, but they have no choice.
But this other, does Africa hold the monopoly of poverty?
No, Africa does not hold the monopoly of poverty. But if you look at other places also impoverished, you see similar trends. I mean, if you look at Brazil, they're cutting down trees like crazy, more than Africa. And they know they
Yeah,
shouldn't do it, and they're not as impoverished as us. They're just doing it so that economy can grow. They're not
yeah,
starving like in Africa, but yet they're
that's
cutting
actually
down more trees in Africa. You look at China, they are not starving at all anymore, but yet they cut down a lot of their trees.
China
And
cut down
especially,
trees.
yes, yes. How do you think their economy grew so fast? They were taking all the resources from their country, and they were making people build steel inside of their homes. When it comes to the Chinese growth, like the Chinese economic growth plans, I got to tell you that yes, they have abused their environment. You look at Europe. If you look at old stories from Roman tales, all of Germany was forest land. You come to Germany now, you will see nothing but flatlands. Some trees here, some trees there. Same with most of Europe. So Africa has benefited a lot by not being as developed as the other countries for hundreds of years. But now that we're growing in a rapid population, we're going to maybe 4 billion in the next few years. So the problems we have now will only get worse in the future.
So
I think the other thing also is, if you cut down the trees, okay, you have to have a replacement. It's a cycle. And I don't think anybody that cuts down that tree has in mind to plant another one. I think that's one of the things that, okay, we're going to cut down that tree, but you have a replacement for it. Because it's going to be an ongoing survival. So the teaching is, if you're planning to cut down tree, do we have other tree that's going to replace it back and back and back and back and back? And you keep recycling. Look at the Christmas tree that's getting cut down in the United States or over Europe. It's seasonal, and they're waiting for 1 year, and they cut it, and they replant again. I mean, that kind of tree we can use, right? Because every year you'll have a good size of a tree. Every 2 years, you can probably have it in about 30 footer. So something that is beneficial. And if it is indigenous country that has its own trees and what they're using, it's just part of it. You cut it, don't cut it. Cut it, don't cut it. Well, I'm not going to starve today. So he's going to cut it. You come to find him, at least he fed his family. You understand? It's a survival.
Yeah, I understand, but you just reminded me that people cut down millions of trees just for a holiday. Jesus.
That's America for you.
No.
My point was
no. What I said is there are trees that you can grow fast and still use it to burn. That's what I dropped this down. So that means you would farm trees. Then you can still use it. It doesn't have to be Christmas tree, but there are other trees that you can use the same way. If it is something economical when it comes to the economy. And that's why I throw this information about the seasonal trees. For us, is seasonal use, and we're going to use it.
Wow, because I'm thinking America. Wow, you and something Menelik. I don't know which country you at the moment, but Biggie, since you are in America, something of interest. I think maybe for a lot of people is the housing in America being done using wood. I mean, that's trees. I mean, I'm thinking, how many trees do you guys have there in America to build your homes mostly using wood?
Yeah, and there's a lot of trees. They replant them. It's like a cycle.
Yeah, they have like tree plantations. And
Yep.
by the way, I live in Europe, and I know in a country called Finland, they're actually very good at this, like tree recycling. They use the same trees as Christmas trees, but they grow them very large. It takes 50 years, so every 50 years or so, they harvest them. So they cut like a lot of trees down, and then they plant them again, another 50 years. And some trees have different life cycles. So I know that there's so much to consider when talking about afforestation and deforestation.
Yeah.
Different types of trees, how much water they need.
Yeah, I've checked China. Actually, I've checked that China actually has been since I think the 90s, but maybe it could be earlier than that. But the information I have that since the 90s, China has actually been, the forest cover in China has been gradually growing. So I don't know. I don't think they're really cutting down the trees. Maybe they're cutting, and as Big is saying, is regrowing them. The same with maybe the United States and Europe. And the statistics in Africa are really not that good when it comes to trees. We are cutting and we're not regrowing. So I was kind of curious. I didn't even ask the controversial question I wanted to ask, but since we are here in the midnight, it's 2 a.m. in Africa, so nobody can crucify me. But I'm curious, who
Okay, what's the
Africans
question?
are sleeping, man, Atezi. They are sleeping. You can say it.
yeah, let me ask my question. Let me ask my question.
Yes.
Do you think, because I'm seeing even in my brother here, Pastor Ezra, he spoke about Rwanda, which is a very good example, and my brother Menelik, he spoke about Brazil. And can I ask, is it that religion is holding us back?
Well, religion. Oh, I see. I see about the crucifixion. I wouldn't say so because okay, okay. Like the first example I brought up was the Yatsi Forest of Israel. As we know, this is a very religious place with both Christians, Jews, and Muslims. In Brazil, it is one of the most Christian nations on earth. I mean, in South America, most of these countries are 99.999% Catholic. So I don't think it's religion.
Okay, if I may add, Menelik, to answer Mwendatezi, I also don't believe in that religion is holding Africa back. As Menelik has already said, look at even America. It's considered a Christian country, as much as yes, they've got an open society, but it's mostly regarded as a Christian country. Canada, a lot of European countries are considered as that, and some
Yeah,
people might
but
say they're not as religious or as prayerful as us. I think the practices are a bit different from country to country. But if we are looking at one, if you believe in, let's say you believe in, you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, whatever religion you tend to fall under, it's practiced differently from country to country. But then at the end of the day, there's a lot of countries that are considered Christians that are powerful, are known to be powerful or rich and all those things.
yeah, if I may now talk, let me ask my brothers. You're talking about
I don't know if Biggie wants to answer this as well.
Okay. Let me give time for Biggie.
Well, I don't think a religion has an impact when it comes to just the environment. I mean, it's just the Muslim and as well, the Christian or the Jew or any other religion. If you're going to be talking about using wood, all of them need woods because they're all looking for that fire. So when you look for that same common thing, common use day in and day out, I don't see religion have a factor. There are certain things that, when it comes to religion, now we're talking about, let's say you want to raise a bin of pork, religions won't allow you to eat pork, when it comes, look at Israel. Israel is clean. There's no pork in their land at all. You cannot even import it. So religion might have certain things, certain ways of consumption. And Israel shows Israel. You look at the Middle East, the whole Arab nation. They don't allow you to have a pork bean. That I would say yes. It might have certain things to do with the religion. Even if you look at in the Christian Orthodox, really, you don't eat pork. So yeah, there are certain things that you may consider religion might do, interfere, or put it that way, is haram. So it might have that kind of impact. But when it comes to trees, well, you can go in the Oromia area. There are trees that are pretty much sacred trees you cannot cut down. There are specific trees, okay? And UNESCO recognized the Recha festivity, and they have trees that they always go out there and gather together, and they do different ritual. And that I understand. You cannot go and cut those trees because religion might come down to you. If it's not about Christianity, it's not about Islam or anything else. It's just a different approach of a Recha festivity. So there is the street that I know for as long as I know, especially in it's about 40 kilometers from Addis, Bishoftu. There's a Recha tree. Man, this tree is so big. When you climb it and nobody can see you, and it's thick on top. It's dense. And try to cut that tree, then you're gonna have to answer to a whole lot of Oromia because he cannot touch the tree. So yes, might have certain areas, certain trees, a specific tree that he cannot cut down. And this festivity is UNESCO. UNESCO has acknowledged it every year. It's a big celebration.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that religion really pulls Africans back, but I think we see more religion when people are in need. Because when you think, like, I can confess that when I seek God most, it's usually when I'm in trouble or when I need Him, So I feel like when people are more poor and when people are more prone to feeling bad, they just turn to God more. And you see this even in Western countries. It's usually when they're in trouble. You go to many churches in Europe, you will see people who are about 70 to 90 years old because, they've probably done a lot of bad stuff in their life and now they're trying to repent for it at no age. So I think that we more see religion in the lives of those who need it most. Not that it's keeping us back.
Exactly. And if I can add something there as well, going now, going into the Bible as well. If you look at Israel as well as a nation, where it came from, a lot of times whenever they were in trouble, just to use what Menelik, the example Menelik said, when nations when they were in trouble, they normally now remembered who's their comforter, who rescued them. Even Israel as a nation, when during hard times, until they went back to God, that's when they got saved and things started moving for them. So they knew whenever they're in trouble that there's something where we've done wrong, we need to go and fix and stuff. So sometimes we know that other people, once things are going all smooth, they forget about praying, they forget about their God. So especially in the Christian, if I may use the example that I can only talk for, I cannot talk for other religions or other belief system. I don't really love using the word religion because I'm a believer. As much as yes, there's tags and labels to say you belong to this. Just religion is just a word, the government word for me that they're trying to use to kind of classify people and put them into categories. But for me as a believer, I believe that people need God. Okay, that's me as a believer. And I've seen that whenever I've also done certain things where I've more moved away from God, doing my own things. Maybe I'm getting more money that time. I'm just focusing on pushing this business, this project, whatever. And whenever all things go wrong, that's when now I'm like, wow, God help me. Sometimes not even thinking, just, oh, God help me. Oh, I just messed up, So sometimes it's beyond just asking God for help. But also, people sometimes forget that people have you're not just a person. There's the spiritual element. There's you, the man inside of you. There's that part of you that is inside that no one can see, So people go for different things. And sometimes people believe that it's the people that are most religious are poor people. And I tend to differ with that because if you go and see, there's many people who are, for example, Christians, even Muslims, that are very wealthy, but they know the time when it's time for God, it's time for God. They don't play with that part. So sometimes I think there's this stereotype or maybe this perception, let me say stereotype, let me say perception that's out there that says Africans are poor, they are praying for miracles, oh, look at them. But they're forgetting that there are other rich people who are praying very hard, who are fasting, who follow the word really seriously. And it's not always that people are seeking for all these things because they are poor or they are in trouble, but also just the spiritual element for people. Others, they get motivation through prayer, others through meditation, and also being in touch with their heavenly Father. That's how they live, and that's how they feel that they can live and be comfort and have inner peace. Because we talked about peace in this channel as well, the inner peace. Now we're not talking about materially, just because I've got X amount of money in my account, all my bills are paid up, I have excess money to do whatever. That's now I'll be happy, I'll be at peace. And sometimes I think also removing the perception that Africans are poor. I think sometimes it's standard because we are not like America or China or Europe. Does not define that. We should refuse those words that we are poor. We might not have the same infrastructure as them, but we are reaching other things that they cannot even come close to. We also need to embrace the other rich part of us. Maybe, yes, as infrastructure wise, they might have fancy infrastructure, but that does not make them richer than us. We are also richer in Africa. I think we should really remove that perception that we are poor because we don't have the same tall buildings as America or Asia or wherever. We are also rich. We can now bring our cultures here, and it might not be as fancy now for other people, but we have so many things that they don't have that we have, that we are rich in. And we have so many things. Even now we can talk what's underground. As much as, yes, we are yet to benefit from the fruits of or the wealth of our countries. We understand that, but that does not make us poor. We are not poor, because also the poverty starts also in the mind. You can have so much money but be poor spiritually or even in the mind, because those are the things that we need to question. How do we define this poverty thing about everyone just saying Africa is poor? I think that also the media, since they say repeat something so many times until they believe it. So because the media has repeated this notion that Africa poor, poverty, hunger, lack of water, lack of this, then because we've been hearing that, and we are meant to compare ourselves to others instead of us building our continent and saying, okay, we are getting inspiration, we see how you did it, and it makes your life easier, you guys are comfortable there, we can also do it. We can also build our continent. And it's also about also building our confidence as Africans. Once we can build confidence that we can develop our nations to be strong nations, to be stable nations, where all people living in our countries can have opportunities and can enjoy the amenities of their country, then we can do this thing. It's just a matter of us also rewinding some of the stuff that has been fed to us, that we are poor, we are behind, we are third world, all those things. We are not, and we don't believe in such notions, and we raise them, and we don't believe in them. We believe in the future of this continent, and we believe in our people, and we believe we are great people, and we shall move forward, and we shall make Africa work. But Menatezi, going back to you, you had another question.
Yeah, my brother. Thank you for the sermon.
That's why the spiritual aspect is needed. That's why Africa is God loves Africa. You know, we should not make that mistake. That's why some people who mistake Africa for that for other things. But it's for me, it's more perceptions than reality. Okay. Now, that says continue before I put another sermon. I can teach
yeah. Yeah. You know, you've spoken some truth. I cannot deny that. But I have to let me give some contrast here. That my brother Menelik here said that Europeans come to religion, and you've also quoted a verse that the people come to religion when they need it, right? And I have to ask that is Africa, the African relationship with religion, is it the right type of relationship? Because I have been exposed to this type of argument actually, and it has really, really, really very interesting. Really got to my mind, and it's very. Let me just share it.
Yeah.
That that in a way, I think that if I asked an honest question for my brother here in Africa, just Africa, do you think Africans in general are critical thinkers?
No,
Yeah,
no,
I think. Thank you,
not as much, not as much as I would like to. No, I mean, as you all know, we have some issues in Ethiopia, and both sides, my God, are the most stubborn people on the planet Earth. My God. I mean, you meet
you see,
people who will believe every single thing that comes out of a certain person's mouth, just as long as it's that certain person. Not going to point any fingers. And there's even religious leaders. I mean, our politicians are not as good as some of our clergy. I mean, so I do see what you're talking about. That many times people blindly follow people, and in Africa, this I wouldn't say this is especially the case. I mean, you look at the Middle East, you look at other parts of the world. There are some people who blindly follow their leaders. And I do think that Africans need to speak very critically, which is why I like this platform. I mean, I'm allowed to say what I believe as long as I don't offend you guys and I try and have a logical dialogue. In many African platforms, you cannot get this.
yeah,
So I see your point and
exactly,
I agree.
exactly what I think you've understood my point. That I think, I think, and there is a semblance of truth in this, that religion does prevent Africans from critically thinking.
No,
From
not religion.
no. Let me finish my point.
All right.
It does inhibit to some extent, because there is this feeling that this there is a disregard of consequences. You know, there is this general disregard of consequences. You've talked about the forest. That, hey, if you cut this forest, there will be no rain. There will be environmental disaster. But and I think you can just imagine what type of answer you'll get if you speak like this. You can just imagine, it will be something to do with God, right? If there is no rain, what answer will you receive? These are things that we have to really think about. That maybe that we do not have a good relationship with religion. That is prevent, even if you look, and it's not African, it's not an African issue. Even spoke about Brazil, and you spoke about, and if you guys go further back, you can talk about the guy who found out that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Center of the solar system. What is it?
Galileo.
Galileo.
Yes.
This issue is not new. That there is a way that religion inhibits critical thinking, and that us as Africans, we do not think, it stops us from thinking about consequences. That if we knew, that is why I was giving a point of China, or maybe South Korea, as Mika was actually in South Korea, and this Japan. you know
Yeah.
these are very interesting. These are atheist societies. They do not be, and you talk, and my brother Pastor Mika, he gave an example of Rwanda, which ironically the president has been closing down the churches. If you're watching the news, the President Kagame, he has been on a warpath against churches. So I think there is a sense that there are those who have sensed this. Even although the Chinese are going now to the extreme, that now they are dealing with the Uyghur Muslims terribly. They're putting them in. I don't know why now they are that afraid, but that's not. I don't think that is a good thing to do. But I am seeing that somebody can make this argument, and I don't know how you can prove this guy wrong, because if you just look at just the evidence on the ground, And I feel and I see it all the time when I talk to people, and I'm like, God, they dismiss it and put God, something God, they dismiss up, like, hey, there will be consequences if you do this. If it God wills, if God wills, there's no drought, it's God who took away the soil, who took away the rain, something like that. And I'm thinking, but we can do this and this. So it prevents, I feel that it prevents a lot of critical thinking, that you can connect A to B. You cannot, it prevents you connecting from A to B, because it gets in the way and tells. And then there's also this fact of, you spoke about Ethiopia. I have been in, I've seen those, even in YouTube, yeah. There are those, what is it, channels that speak about the war of Ethiopia. And if you just go look at the comments,
Yes.
both sides feel like God is on their side. Both, and you say, oh, God. Whenever there is like a slight win on one side, you see God is, there's always God is, punishing these other people or something. When it's just like that, both sides feel like God is on their side. So there is that element that I see it, and I'm like, oh, maybe our relationship with religion is not as it should. Because personally, let me give you my personal view, that I see religion like capitalism, like communism, like socialism. Like, it is, if you're going to be in a philosophical, because I read a book called The Denial of Death. It's a very good book. It's from a philosopher called Sigmund Freud. That religion is very important to me. I see it's very important to be spiritual, but its importance, because even I've researched in African religion, our ancestors. It was a very different type of religion that is being sold, that was there, that is different than what it is now. That I feel like this thing is a tool, and you should be able to you should be able to use it effectively, and not use it just to dismiss pure scientific facts, and say, hey, it's okay, that's God, and you've just left it to the fates. Well, you could have practical solutions to our problems, and I feel like Africa can. So we say African can solve our problems. What is stopping us from solving our problems? What is even climate change, right? Right now, East Africa is suffering from climate change. It's suffering from a very huge drought in northern Kenya, I think southern Ethiopia, and in just Somalia.
Eastern Ethiopia. It's gone all the way to, I'm not sure if it's reached Jigjiga, but it's in Somaliland and in Oromia.
Yeah, you see, and it's not this issue. It's not like when is it America? America, is it the East Coast? Is it the East Coast or West Coast? I think it's the East Coast that has been in drought for a while now, right? You wouldn't even
it's
notice.
The West Coast.
The West Coast.
Yeah, it's been on a drought for probably here 20 years, something like that. And you wouldn't notice that, oh, these guys are having a drought. But here in Africa, we're not, there's something blocking us. There's something blocking critical thinking in Africa. And we just talk to the average African, you can see that there's something that is blocking an African from critical thinking. And I will just ask, maybe it's not religion. That is just my view. That is the view I've been given, that has really like got me thinking. And kind of maybe I've agreed with it. But what do you guys think? That what is this thing that is blocking African critical thinking?
Oof. No,
that's a deep question, Modatezi. I mean, I would not pinpoint just one thing. It's like a chain of events. It's like a dominoes that happened from colonialism, all that. You got to go all the way to the back of it. And if you really look at it, when it comes to critical thinking, there's a lot of things that you have to consider. Okay, uh, one is the understanding. We talked about a little bit of religion. And a lot of people just want to shy out from there and do something else, and you'll be finding yourself spiritually and all that. But one of the things that I would say, if you really, really want to understand religions and there's no religion that really said failed the critical thinking for Africans because uh, it's the way of maybe we're laid back. I would say that. You do your daily things, daily routine, and everything is, oh, I'm done. Uh, it doesn't go any deeper to it. You understand? When you look at the rest of the world, if you take the West and as well the East, um, people are constantly working 24 hours if they can. But at the same time, they build. What if I do this? What's next? The way of the system that is in place, both West and East. Okay, where China now don't want to hear about any religious to begin with. They never want to hear about any type of religion because of their political situation, and they enforce saying no. That's a waste of time, literally. And at the same time, it contradicts some of their move when it comes to uh, what do you call it, human abuse. Okay, and that you find it, with the religion aspect of it, defining not to have, not to abuse. It says love thy neighbor or love yourself, and it promotes a very healthy spiritual way. So they start cutting down. They even have a million people that are so-called rebrand through the Chinese philosophy because they were religious. Okay, and you go on the west side, uh, the religion has been there, but we still have critical thinkers that comes out. Where does it feed? It's your way of life, wanting more, and when you achieve one, you're gonna be wanting more, and now you start thinking, you get in depth. We don't have that in Africa. We're very limited on when you look at the general populace. Uh, Forget the leaders themselves. Look at the leaders. If you can have on this panel, we can sit down and discuss of each leader in Africa in depth. Okay, where we can apply our critical thinking. But how many of us will have that? Is that the general population able to think that way? So really, what's holding us is ourself. It's ourself. You're holding yourself hostage on the way of life in Africa. Because in order to really think deeply and have this critical thinking, you have to be on a position that you explored all kind of definition on your mission, on your own. Each individual has a mission on this earth, whether you like it or not. But if you start thinking from that point to what's your next goal, you're always going to be thinking and trying to get something. Okay. In Africa, you don't have that kind of luxury. Okay. Look at the general population. Really, you want to talk about in poverty. Okay. But they're not poor. It's just they need the world is so advancing so fast. Before you know it, the market, the price is up. You cannot even afford buying something. I mean, it's the imbalance of the social fiber, the imbalance of between poor and rich. The gap is so big. An African comes with a vision. Okay, I want to do this and do that. Okay. And the next thing you know, somebody kidnaps his way of thinking, since that's not his vision, that's not his mission, he will go forward with it and then goes, what's next? Because he never had the critical thinking. He didn't embrace the idea and the person that came in, because that's his vision. He should have put him forward instead of taking his idea, steal his idea, and depress the hell out of him. This is what's going on in Africa. And in order to bring that critical thinking, you have to have that fiber of wanting more and how I'm going to get it. If you're blindfolded, okay, you want to do something, the government say, okay, you cannot do this because you need to do this and that. All the gaps of legislation that you have among the people, different places. Like you said, the Rwanda president is shutting down churches. Okay, because some of these churches are exploiting people that comes to worship, and it turns out to be different thing. Basically, taking their money. This is useless. But if you really look at it in the spiritual level, you know, all the institution, the so-called the religious institution versus the one individual that you can count, they are by the mountain hiding themselves and praying and find their spirituality is totally different. So when it comes to religion and critical thinking, I don't see it. We just want to show African brothers and sisters that we want more. What you want, the basics to begin with. The basics things, infrastructures, the basic thing to get water, the basic thing to get electricity. Very basic things. Then people will want more. The more they want, they start thinking. They get in depth.
Yeah, if I can ask, because my brother here in the comment section, Kabakunte, he has really he has really made a very deep point over there. Critical thinking is not innate. It is acquired by constantly grappling with the how, why, and when, and what of things. And if already you have been given these are the answers to the how, why, when, and what, you've already been given those answers, and now you are satisfied.
Okay, you want more?
Now, can
You want more?
Okay, yeah. Now that is a good perspective. But like if you've already been given all these answers, how, why, and when, you have been told this is why, and it's not because of you, it's because of something else, that a greater power. Okay, can you, if you accept this, are you even, and you are satisfied, are you even capable now of going a further ahead and continue to critical thinking? I think let me add to this point of Kabakunte that as human beings, we have a very terrible condition, and I know I'm speaking as human beings, and I know I'm just speaking as the human experience, not as Africans, because I think Africans are no different from anybody human being in the world. Like I know the conditions we have been, but we are no different from anybody in the world. We live in the same world, we breathe the same air. To me, there is no difference. So if we speak as human beings, we have a terrible condition that we have been given. We have been given the mind of gods, the mind of a god, and the body of a man, of a human, of an animal. That is the truth. That is what our issue is here. That we have the mind of a god and the body of an animal, and we are now conflicted. and that is where religion comes in. It tells us, and which is very important because which is important to ease this conflict. I understand it. That's why I say it's a tool that because we are conflicted in this way, we came with the religion. Religion is to ease this conflict and to tell us that no, that we are indeed unique, that we are no different from these animals, and I don't disagree. But now, if we abuse this tool the way Africans we are abusing this tool, and we cannot see it for what it is, because I think the whole world sees it for what it is. That's why you can see even United States, they say they're religious, but LGBTQ is say something wrong about the LGBTQ, which is against all the religions, and they will be against you. Like, so you can tell that there is an understanding here that this is a tool. So I think as Africans, do we understand that this is a tool to manage to go through the world and to deal with this condition? And are we abusing this medicine that our forefathers gave us? Because that is what I see it as. I see it as a medicine that because I don't, there's this assumption that the people before us were not that smart. And I realized, no, they were smart. They came up with a philosophy. Even if you look at China and I don't know, Asia, it's not that they don't have their own way of life. They have Buddhism. It's not exactly a religion, but it is spirituality in its own way. So it is very important that all the cultures adopted it. It's a tool.
But do they not also
They-
have, sorry, do
yeah,
they not also have the same problems in these atheist society, where they do not think critically, though they do not have religion? I mean, you
yeah.
bring up the
Okay, okay,
example
okay.
of
Yeah, yeah,
China,
yeah.
and as you probably know that, you sound like someone who really understands the country. You cannot really think too critically there.
Yeah, okay.
And
No, 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 no. Okay, I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm looking at the greater picture, and my point my point is, as my brother, just to add on Kunta King, you spoke. This is just a discussion I'm putting out there. I'm not saying anybody's right. I might even be wrong. So my brother here, Kabakunte, has said, and I was just adding to it that if we use this tool to the point that we do not like you have to my point is, do you see how religion is preventing these things? That was my perspective, that yes, it's a tool, but do you see how we are abusing it? Do you see how it is stopping us from really just fixing our problems that are a lot of our problems, as my brother biggest used to always say, that they are low hanging fruits. A lot of them are just low hanging fruits that we could solve any day if we really wanted to. I know, without blaming anybody outside Africa, blaming that we could just solve these problems. You know, like there is enough food to be, like we have our land that can produce enough food to feed all of us. But if I'm asking, and let's just have this perspective, if we saw that that we only have one life, this one thing is all you got, and it's very precious, would we be doing the things we're doing? That if we just this is only one life, we really need to and you will we have like see life with much more respect to everything, much more respect to nature, much more respect to the experience of living? Or instead of planning for maybe what is it, an afterlife or something like that, and we just being reckless with our environment, reckless with lives. We don't even I came to say the other day how in Africa, when you go to an African hospital, the things you will see there is qualified to be in a horror film. You know, things you
yeah,
see in, like even right now you see people dying, killing each other senselessly in terrorist attacks, in all these other things, even in the wars. If we saw that this life is precious and you only have one, and it is that special that it's only one, would we be looking at things differently? Would we be solving our solutions because, like, oh my God, we only have one life? We really need to make the most of it. And is this why we see countries that are atheists really achieving a lot, trying to make the most of their one life, while we are taking it easy? As my brother Biggest E said, that we are just, oh, we have afterlife, we have another life. So this is just, practice or something. Or, should we be very careful with this one life? That is my question. And
I think
is religion preventing us from seeing clearly that, hey, we need to really, really, really consider what we're doing in this life, that it's only one, and we really need to take it very seriously.
I will say just straight out no. I mean, if you think of the countries that have been officially atheist, try and Google atheist countries and just look at them. None of these
Japan.
countries are prosperous. Not one. Not one. The most prosperous country is China. And when we talk about violence with religion, again, look at the countries on this list. On this list, even former country was Ethiopia, and this was during our most violent era, the Derg. So I don't think that religion changes anything in this aspect. We are humans. These are more human faults. Like when you brought up Galileo, he was a Catholic. Albert Einstein, he was a Jew. And Islam did bring the Arabs from the deserts and start to look at other people's knowledge and adapt it to their own culture. And this is true with the colonials. So I don't think it's religion that it is being abused. I think it's just something inside of us that we sometimes cover with religion, most oftenly. But I also believe that religion many times inspires men to reach out to God. That's why you see many of the most brilliant scientists are in fact religious.
I
So
call
when
it a misalignment. It's a misalignment that we experience. Remember this word, misalignment of the spiritual and the physical world. If you're not aligned in these two, like when Tezi said, we live this short life. This is how much we do. Again, it's going to be so be it if you don't do anything about it. Because everybody's going to live, and you don't know how long you're going to live. You die tomorrow, today, in second, minute. You don't know. But as long as you're aligned yourself spiritually, and you are sound on what you really believe, I leave the religion as a personal. It's personal religion. You cannot convince me in any other ways. Oh, this is what's happened to Christ. This is what's going to happen in the coming future. No, the religion is my personal thing. But one thing I know, I breathe the air and I consume what earth produce. So that's my physical. You think my spiritual say, don't breathe, don't do that. No, it's your choice. When we talk about being atheist, non-atheist, again, if it is personal, you might as well consider all religion being atheist in their own form. They act the same way. There's an influence on one, maybe, one will come and knock at your door and want you to be Christian. One will knock at your door and say, I want you to be following different religion. That is your choice. It's personal. And when it comes to this personal, if religion is personal, are you really a person that loves everyone? Love is a vibration. We vibrate. I can ask anybody on this panel, anything that you really love and you get it. It can be anything. You feel so high about it. It's just you're floating about it. So that gives you an indication that you're a spiritual person to begin with. You vibrate. The problem that we have in Africa or throughout the world is this misalignment of knowing your higher self and control within your unlimited abundance that you have within you. I see this world like a big shopping center. When we're creating here, you are part of it. Just like anything else. You breathe, think, earth. You're on earth. Now I refocus on my African brothers and sisters, and then I'm going to look at it. Okay, we all exist in this big, big land, a continent, and we cannot even make sense out of one another. That's the thing that we need to change to help one another, to care for one another, because we are existing on this earth now, all together. So my point is, I always like to leave the religion aspect of it because I leave it as a personal. If you can do something, I don't want to hear problems. You address the problem, and I want to hear solutions. I see a lot of people just going out of the blue, just trying to figure out, throw a problem out there with no idea of, at least I was thinking, for this solution. There's a problem, it's identified. But give me one clue, one solution from you, instead of beating up the same thing over and over. So that what's going to happen is it makes you selfish because you throw that problem on somebody and you didn't even ask them to figure it out. You just throw it out there. And with this media that we have, with all this communication that we have, we all go different directions. While you're trying to focus on one, there's another problem. It's a misalignment of your spirit in your physical existence. When we start aligning ourselves, then, okay, where do I go now? Do I care for my neighbor next door? Am I doing something to help another person in my realm of affordability? It can be advice. It can be being a big brother. It can be big sister. Do that. But don't ask nothing works because you didn't even try. And this, when you look at it throughout all our nations in the continent, if we don't support people that really promote health, sanity, balance, identify these people and be their brothers and sisters. Some of them might need a big brother and sisters. So let's not really dwell on when it comes to religion and changing or not changing our continent. Again, I repeat it, religion is personal. We can achieve a lot more. Because let's say I'm Christian, I cannot build infrastructure. Because I'm Christian, I cannot do anything that my African brothers and sisters needs. No, the sky's the limit. It's just I need to align myself on what I want to provide, to help with. That's the way we're supposed to think. We're supposed to think for better of each other. And that critical thinking will come. Because we as human, we always want more. We always want more. And this is where we are. Right now, here we are in a panel trying to discuss online, streamline, with no problem. There's just disconnect. But look at it about 20 years ago. We're not able to do this.
No.
And that is something that we have to look at. It is possible to harness this power in Africa. Let's achieve the basics. Let's do what we can help. Be big brother, big sisters. Because a lot of African brothers out there just stuck. A lot of people are dying because they don't understand that. They don't understand. And sometimes when you look at it, we forgot the fabric of coexistence, let alone, to have critical thinking. We forgot. We forgot that we're neighbors. We can come from all over the place. This problem was very minimal 20 years ago. The minute internet came, they have this what do you call it? Hatred generating a generator. It generates hatred. Oh, so and so tribe did this. So and that. So what happened? He killed it. Oh, let's bring the whole armed force. Let's destroy them because they probably have a different thinking, different way of life. Nobody's accepting them because of one person, the one that generates that toxic message. That's what we have to look at. People that really put this toxic information out there and rebuttal them. It's not religion. Again, it's not about religion. I barely can see that religion coming up in the air and going, oh, because you're Christian, because you're Muslim, Jew, or you're this. You don't see a lot.
No, in Africa, we hardly get to the religion aspect because we already dive into it on the tribal aspect.
That's what I said. It's something that's going to be sending a toxic message, and everybody bothers it. Everybody fights it. So this is my thing.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Dominic.
I'm sorry, I hear plates being stacked in the background. Okay, so what I wanted to say was if I can take us all back to the idea of critical thinking, and you asked the questions, do Africans critically think? And I said no. I want to ask you guys, when you hear your parents are wrong with something and they're talking, do you correct them, like on the spot? Like one thing I see many Africans do is that they will not correct them or their grandparents or someone else that they respect like that. But only when I look at, let's say, people in Europe, you have children here who critically think a lot about their parents to a degree that's honestly disrespectful. You will never see this in Africa, a teenager shouting at their parents just because they disagree on something. So I see here you have a very high level of critical thinking, but still, it may not be the correct one. But in Africa, you usually don't see this. I don't know any one of my African friends who would ever shout at their parents. You'd get a shoe. So I was asking guys, do you guys question your parents? And could it be that there's something else keeping us from critically thinking other than religion?
I can try to answer that.
Yeah.
I think in Africa, also looking at our diversity, there's things obviously that are similar. And I think even what now we call Western cultures or popular cultures and stuff, at some point things have changed as well. I mean, if you're thinking maybe people of maybe European descent who are maybe in America today, maybe they because people evolve and people change behavior sometimes depending on their environment. So you might find that an African like now, Menelik, maybe you growing up in Africa, your kids maybe growing up in the UK, they'll adapt certain cultures, certain trends and cultures that are there. You might find that your children might be the ones to say, Daddy, you are wrong. I don't believe this should be done this way. But you growing up in Africa and the environment was that you cannot correct your parent there on the spot. You need to ask for a meeting, and you need to go and clarify yourself. But on the spot, you can't. But your kids there in the UK, you find they can do that to you, because the culture of in that environment uh, allows such maybe should I say behavior to be practiced. But in other environments, we also need to look at the environment aspect as well when we're thinking about, for example, what you said about our like parents. Do we, when we see they are wrong, do we correct them? Uh, Personally, I do. But obviously, I always have to find a way, because I have to also look at where they are coming from, generation as well, which generation they are coming from. I need to, as an African, there's a lot of obviously things that you need to think of. Some might think it's not critical thinking, but it's also a part of thinking. You have to think before answering your parent. You need to think of when they were saying this, were they angry, were they happy, or were they just stating what they thought was a fact, only to find out no, they are wrong. And how do you approach them? Knowing your parent is just like knowing your partner. If your partner, your wife, or your girlfriend, whatever, if you are having a conversation and you feel that no, what they said is not the real truth. The real truth is you have a way that you know how your partner reacts. You might find that your partner is not one to be corrected in public. Sometimes you might keep quiet, but in the presence, in the private space, you can say, my wife, that was wrong. I don't believe that was right the way you said this. So there's ways and time. Sometimes I think it also goes to time, environment, and place, where sometimes certain things you can say them or correct them. So I think it just goes beyond everything in every uh, uh, aspect of society, be it friendship, be it relationship, be it family. There's ways where you address things. Everyone is addressed according to how you know them and how you their culture they are brought in. And if, for example, you can correct your parent, maybe you can't say anything to your parents. Your parents, when you tell them, and that's at that time, they might feel offended, they might feel disrespected. You have to find a way to say, okay, my parents, normally I'll talk to them, I'll ask for a meeting, I'll speak to them when I go home. And you find that the moment you raise those things, your parents now listen to you better than if you say, you're wrong. Maybe that's a culture that is not in Africa. In Europe, maybe it's a norm to say, mommy, you're wrong, daddy, you're wrong. So, but in Africa, maybe there's a way that you need to also address parents because of the generational thing as well, and the cultural thing and the environmental aspect as well, that plays a role in how you respond and how you evaluate things. Even thinking, I think critical thinking sometimes it's there's ways to look at it in a Western way, what we'll call a Western way, if there's such a thing as a Western way. So, and there's a way that you can also look at it in your local way, where how you'll solve it in Ethiopia, it won't be the same as how Mwendatezi will critically think of his space and environment in Mombasa, Kenya. I don't know if that's my part, that's my feeling about this thing.
Yeah, I understand, bro. I asked it only because, for everyone, your parents are the first authoritative figure in your life, So I just wanted to see that, if people do in fact question the first authority in their lives and how they do it, and why do Africans, and not only Africans, I mean, you look at you should try and look up tiger moms from like Asia. This is widespread all over. It's different, not specifically with culture and region. It is many times just very personal. I mean, if you go to the Westlands in Kenya, you see how those people talk to their parents. Jesus. and I mean Westlands, Kenya, like Nairobi. It's like it's a rich area. Like those kids will talk back to their parents compared to any others. But I want to see what the others think of it. So do you guys question your parents on the spot if you know that they are wrong?
Can I speak?
I'll give. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think when you talk about parents, and I like to thank we have great philosophers in the comment section. I don't know if you guys are reading some of this stuff,
I'm reading them, but I can't respond to them. Like it's too many to respond to.
Which ones? I see them, but sometimes I'm caught up in what you guys are saying. I read them, but yeah,
Yeah. It's very. We are blessed. We are blessed to have such an audience here.
I see what you're saying. There's
Yeah.
one that really makes me laugh from our
Yes.
sister in Ghana.
You know, guys, let's be creative. If you guys want to respond, okay, let's use the private chat, and you can post it.
Yeah,
Ezra.
yeah. But
Yeah,
it says
put it.
also
You
just
can answer the questions
yeah.
in private, and he can launch it on the Swahili nation.
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
what? Launch us some questions. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me say what I was going to say. When you talked about the childhood, and that was a very interesting question, because I am of the perspective, and this is not my perspective. I have adopted this perspective from a guy called Sigmund Freud. I don't know if you guys have heard of him.
Hmm.
And he says that when your parents, especially, now he was speaking to when you have both parents, right? When you have a father and a mother, your mother is your first god. That is the perspective, his perspective, that your mother is everything. She is your caretaker, provider, nourishment, everything. She is everything. She is your first god. And your father is like, is your first hero. He is your hero. He is the guy, the warrior. He represents what you want to be. Your mother represents the god, and your father represents what you want to be. It's a very interesting. He was giving a very interesting perspective of how a healthy child should grow. Actually, this is how he says a healthy child should grow. That is how you're supposed to see your parents. Your mother is supposed to be your first religion, and your father. Now, as I think we are men here, so I only know the man perspective. As a growing boy, when a boy grows up, he starts to, in fact, have these questions about religion. These are very normal questions that I keep telling you guys, and I'm glad we're talking about it. I know it's controversial. Let me just speak my opinion. But in as a boy grows up, he sees them as he starts to see, oh, I am different from my mother. You find that he sees that, oh, we're not the same, and that's when his religion gets attacked for the first time. It's like, because he sees now that you know his mother is flawed. It's a very interesting. I'll give you I think the book is Denial of Death. It's a very great book. You should read about it. So, but
Denial of death.
there is a reason why you don't question your parents when you're a child, but then you start to see that you're not like your mother as a man. You're not like your mother. Your first God. You're not like your mother. So you start to see her as flawed, and that is how you. That's why when you're older, it's easier to question her. When you get to teenage years, that's when you start to notice that no. So you start. She's not like me. So she gets flawed, but you still look up to your dad. That's why when your dad says something, you listen. As a man, as a growing boy, because you look at the same. So it's a very interesting dynamic. I don't think I can go into it the way the book goes into it. So I'll just give you the book. Maybe you should go and read it. It's a very fascinating book. But
Yeah,
that is
will
my
become an impact.
perspective. That this thing, you cannot question your parent as a kid. It's not, the dynamics do not allow that until you maybe grow older and you start noticing your private. I don't know what I don't know the private parts. What is it? I don't know. I don't want to. I don't know if it's going to get flagged. So let me just say private parts. Until you start noticing your private parts, she stops becoming your god. When you start noticing your private parts, she becomes flawed to you. As a growing boy, she becomes flawed, and you start questioning her. You start. So that is how you start questioning. Then from then is when now you adopt a new god, which is now the religion god, the normal. That's when now you go, oh, now there's this other god, okay, and now that god replaces her. That is according to him. That is and I found it very interesting. So according to him, that now that religious god, he replaces her because he cannot be flawed. You don't see him; he is above you, and he cannot be flawed. That is why he is just in there. He's not unknown, and
Yeah.
that is how your brain, a healthy brain actually, goes from now the care of her mother to now you're becoming a man. That is how a healthy brain actually works. The dynamics get screwed up when it's a single parent. I don't and he went a further. I don't think he was right, but he went further to say that they, if you have a single parent, you become gay. I don't know. I think that was in the time. I think those are the
Yeah, I don't know
going
about the
theory at
gay
those
part,
times.
but I do agree with the two-parent dynamics. I mean, if you do look at many of the studies, just about anywhere, a two-parent household is usually the best, unless you have maybe more. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there are more too. So it's not a denial, but yeah, there's more different homes and have an equal life, and the father becomes, leading the pack. So going back to whether to ask, you know, uh, your parents or correct your parents, um, why bringing us uh, like an open book? Okay, one of the thing is both of my parents are educated and they work for international communities. And before that, uh, my dad was in the working the Ethiopian Airlines, and my mom always worked with the uh, international community. So one thing that I learned in my upbringing, we're six of us, except one passed away 2 years ago, my dearest brother, my younger brother. But the way they raised us, it amazes me even to the day. The way I communicated with my dad, with my mother, and like you said, Sigmund Freud said, so many things about the mother has been the goddess, and believe me, I'll say the majority when it comes to mama, all the audience will say a lot about mama, okay? But dad is kind of um, the head of of the
the
household,
warrior.
the warrior, and you always have that total subdued kind of until you said in teenage time. That's when me and my dad had a little head to head things. You know what I'm saying? I was at the age where I could say, hey, I can leave this house and I can do
100%.
better. It's puberty. It's the way you look at it. Even in the jungle, have you seen a gorilla? The little baby gorilla, the minute that he's born, she's hiding if that is a boy because it's a threat to the father. You know what I'm saying? So and that gorilla, as he grows, he always check his paw, how big it got. The day he reaches his father's, this is on uh, the gorilla life. He fights with his father because he wants to have his own herd, right? But again, going back to human, we got this teenage time that you got so much hormone in your body, you don't know what to do. But one thing that I learned is that until that moment, I always had a great relationship by talking to my father, questioning him on everything that I see. He always said, "You never run out of question." You know what I mean? I said, You never run out of answer." So I want to know what happened on here. So here was a great hero, a friend. Um, he became more than a friend. It's just um, from growing, I was attached. So I advise in my always advise is that those that are parents, okay, and have grown children, you got to give them the utmost love, whether they made a mistake or anything else, because out of your deepest concern and love, because you don't want nothing to happen to your child. That concern, that kid will suck in that energy that builds him toward the future, how you see things. But if you're gonna beat up on him, always put him down, always give him miserable life, he rebels. Okay, and then in return, he'll be questioning you, and he won't let you escape a mistake. But if you have a good relation with your child, upbringing your child with love, they say don't spank the kid, don't touch it. I'm not into advising different things about it, but as much as you can, control yourself, listen to that child, because it's very important for him. That's why his question, that's why he's rebelling. He's a child. He wants to learn. He exercises everything that he can get. He's got over 5 billion cells. So what I learned is my father knew how to control that with love. Whatever that I do, he will question why did you do this? And then I'll answer, this is why I did it. He said, okay, don't do it again because you're hurting this, you're doing this. So he gave me a guideline, okay? But when I became a teenager, I became a little bit of, now the hormone kicks in and I start being pushy. So my father knew he was a teenager too. So he approached me saying, from now on, I remember I was 15, and he said, from now on, you and I gonna sit down and discuss our differences, and I'll tell you what happened to you. You just found this new body, this new growth, and now you're trying to wear my shoes. And he gave me the gorilla story. Okay, so it's like I was measuring up to my father, but my father explained me what's going on in my body changes. And if you do that, all teenagers will start consulting with their parents on things that changes because you give them solution and guidance. Always parents, regardless what, they have a lifetime experience for a child to educate their own children. And for all the new parents out there, for parents that already got older kids, show them your love, regardless what happened. That's your child, and you want to raise them with everything you got as positive, nurtured, loving being. And that's one thing I want to pass to all African brothers and sisters. Pay attention to your children. The good thing in Africa, we have good sense of neighborhoods. And they said, even in our proverbs, it takes a village to raise a child. And that I always encourage that. Always the neighbor, yes, definitely it takes the whole village to raise a child. And within that help, I think we will have a healthy African children. And these are the future again. So this is my advice when it comes. Yeah, I question my father on everything. Yes, children, ask your parents, no matter what. There's no ridiculous question, because it might be the ridiculous question that you passed that makes you fall on something different. You might fall on a different angle, and that can hurt the whole family. But I asked, on my side, I asked my father to the teeth. I'll give you an example. My father, all my teenage time, all the way to high school, my father was there for breakfast. My father was there for lunch. My father was there on the weekends. That's the kind of father that I had. And he has 6 children, 6 of us. And I loved him to the death. God bless his soul.
Biggie, I just want to go to the the comment section. I've been smiling, listening to you and listening to some of the the comments. Yeah, I don't know where to start. Let me start with this one. Where is this one? GB saying our African parents are not ready to throw away the stick. There's no negotiation in Africa. When the parents wants to discipline, that stick will work.
Don't forget the flying slippers.
Yeah, the shoe.
How I feel about it is hitting your child is wrong unless it's with a rubber slipper, because it doesn't hurt so much, but it gets the message across. But only the mother, never the father. Father, you need to put your hands behind your belt. Never hit a child. Because
wow.
Yeah.
I just saw something again. Yeah, I'll be with you that just now, minute. Like,
no, just like when I saw the comment of parents, like African parents are not ready to throw away their sticks. I do think that it's something that we do need to retire. But it's not only African parents. It's, oh my God. I mean, African parents are not even not even as creative as the Chinese parents. My God, have you seen how they punish their kids?
Is it that bad in the Chinese homes?
I won't say in all the Chinese homes, just the ones who expect the most from their children. You should see some of these documentaries about tiger moms. You should really do that. My God.
I have a question for my brother Biggie. Since I know you are familiar with the works of Mr. Freud. If what when you say you clashed with your dad, is it because is it because of the Oedipus complex?
Now you're asking me a personal question why I got to that level.
Oh no. It's not okay.
No. Meaning just to tell you this, bring it down of the story of my teenage life. Really, I didn't had enough time to have that rebellious time of my life. At one point, my father went to prison, okay, for something that he never committed. And it was like I was 14 at that time, and he lost his father at the age of 14, and he got arrested by the government, okay. And for me, at that time, that was the era of Mengistu Haile Mariam, and sometimes when they take you in, they never come out, okay. And in fact, he lost his brother for 30 days. He was in, back home. You got 30 days of leave, bereavement. And during that time, people used his car doing different things, criminal things. Okay, so he got blamed. He got in. So for me, he lost his father at the age of 14. So I'm looking at myself being the man of the house. And I started working hard in the garage just to make sure that I am really sustainable with 5 brothers, and I have my mother. She works, but I was compelled to take responsibility early, just like my father did. So that time that he got, the first time he got released, they put him back again. That changed my whole idea of teenage. And at the same time, I got this growth and this change in body and everything else. So now I became the chief commander of the house. Basically, I can tell my mother. My mother would be scared. She doesn't want to argue. I'll tell the little ones, go to bed this way, that way, that way. So I became really the man of the house. And when my father showed up, literally, I was like, "Oh, you got to rest, Dad." Something like that. I'm kind of giving him an advice, even though he knows better. So we had this little clash, and that was the clash that he said, "Son, I got this. I just want you to focus on your school. This is what's happening to your body, and this is what happened to you." So he turned my understanding. So my teenage time was like corrected at that moment of my life where I have my father back. And literally, I just focused on things that I got to do as a student. So this is where the clash came in with my father, that I was really taking that upon me and saying nothing's going to happen to my family. So I was like protective, taking his shoes, being there for my family. But it was a good thing because the good thing is he was safe and sound. He's home, but at the same time, I started learning about my behavior, and I became very authoritarian and very strict on things that I used to let go. I was very strict about it. So that changed the dynamic of me growing up. And that's why I called him, not only my dad, he was everything for me. He taught me things that a lot of people don't know.
That's real.
And yeah, and this is my life, and that's why when it comes to my mother, I have total 110,000%. Yes, she's a goddess, right? But when it came to my dad, was a different relation. And I'm so I believe that I'm one of the luckiest, or I can say even for my brothers and sisters, who are one of the luckiest kids that had such a great father. Very
Can I jump
knowledgeable,
in?
very caring. May God bless his soul.
Yeah, can I jump in? Respect Biggie. Respect
Yeah, yeah.
eh,
Open fire.
respect
Welcome, Mike and Fire. Long time, brother.
respect. Your Ezra, right? Respect Ezra.
Yeah,
Respect.
brother.
Respect Kenya. Um so I just want to put a spin on this. But since well, all right, look at this. When are we going to consider all African people as royalty, and when are we going to decide to treat each other as such? So what I mean is, um, do it for the kids. You feel me? Treat each other like royalty. Therefore, you're gonna have to treat the kids like royalty. This what I have to really say though. Who really teaches us? You feel me? Why is why we have this sporadic set of violent people? You feel me? They just spring up out of nowhere. Why is it ongoing? You feel me? Why is these things ongoing? So we really need to ask ourselves, because your kid might be safe. You feel me? But you can't speak for every kid. And even if your kid is safe and grow up naturally and and in line, it don't make no sense if 80% is out of line. It's like you're gonna be overwhelmed. So that what I'm trying to say is it's all part of decolonization. We got to infiltrate the education system. We got to rearrange the curriculum, because that is the teacher of our kids. Regardless of what you do at your house, we all depend on the school more than anything else. So everybody have the intention for their kid to come out as the best in school, but it's not your school. It's not you have nothing to do with the structure of the curriculum. And we need to change that. You feel me? Like Ethiopia. Ethiopia know what royalty is. But it's like since the monarch is kind of dissolved, but we still royal people. You got to see yourself as still royal people. And just like, okay, so it was for it, certain things was designated for the kings. Well, just everybody just get it. Everybody get piece of the royalty. Everybody start treating themselves like sons of His Majesty. You feel me? And you, Biggie, do you see what I'm saying? Where I'm going with this? Because I'm a Rastaman, right?
I agree with you.
Right. Yeah.
I'm a Rastaman.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
believe
I'm a
every man should
Rastaman,
be a
right?
king of his own castle.
I'm a Rastaman, right? Africa is our
Yeah.
castle. You feel me?
Yeah.
Africa is our castle. With it is Africa that gives us royal standard. Feel me?
Feel you.
And then guess what? Even if we didn't have nothing, we should build a confidence in ourselves and give ourselves royal status and do not care about whatever anybody else think. How about that part? You feel me? It's like who gets to tell us what we're supposed to feel about ourselves? Who gets to tell us how we're supposed to treat ourselves? What if we treat ourselves better than the British treat the Queen of England? So what? You feel me? That's what I'm
Hmm.
trying to say about we waiting on someone to come gear our education system that our kids have a perfect mind. You feel me? It's
Hmm.
not going to happen if we don't grab this thing by the balls and structure our own education system that um say to the next student, hello my royal friend, hello my royal neighbor, and that's in fucking basic school. You
Hmm.
understand?
Yeah.
So when they
Yep.
go and say, oh, what is the meaning of royalty? And all of them go look the meaning up of what they're saying, then they gonna start acting off the word. And they gonna know the meaning of what they just said to their neighbor. You understand what I'm saying? It's like we not geared. We geared to be awful people.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, we gotta guess what? Guess what? All right, me, I'm kind of cussing a lot of my older generation because they stuck with this misleading revelation and it's putting us nowhere. So now have to fight on again. You feel me? So when are we going to what you call it? Um do a shift. You feel me? That the next 17 years we don't generate thieves and murderers. You feel me? So this is how I see it. History, especially Egyptian, especially what we the book of Egypt, which is Egypt is a book. If we have to we have to put hieroglyphics as some type of scholarship and put big money on it. If you can translate it, we gotta make it a big scholarship. We gotta make the children learn our history, especially Egypt, since it is the beginning of everybody else's history. You feel me? For
Hmm.
us to be really proud of ourselves, sometimes we have to be a little cocky too. You know, Africans are acting like poor people. I mean, like, how can everybody come invade and build out of your shit, and then we still acting like we poor? I mean, Europe never got poor rich until they invaded Africa. You feel me? So it's like we need a kind of rich people mentality where we only want to be friends with us and not with them because they only want to be friends because they want something. That's how rich people think. You know that, right?
Yeah,
You go try to be friends with a rich person. All he thinking in his mind is the only reason why you want to be friends with me, bitch, is because you want something. You
that's
feel
what.
me?
Yeah,
That's how we supposed to think. And we supposed to decide that okay, everything gonna be shared between us, and that's it. And then, and with that moral grounds about Egypt, we will have a perfect people. You will be rich with morality to your own, towards your own. You understand?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I understand you. I agree with a lot of what you say. People should start empowering themselves, not only with physical stuff, but also in their minds. We need to start seeing ourselves as the kings of our own castle. Africa is our continent. And I do think that we should start working closer towards each other and not leaving you islanders out on your own. I believe Africa extends all the way to the Caribbean islands. You're also part of us.
Hey, I totally respect that. Also, um, I don't want you to just think about the Caribbean, so I'm not being selfish. Also, Papua New Guinea and that region. You
All of
feel
it.
me?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand you.
And actually, the largest continent on this earth, I always told you, is Africa. It extends in the Caribbeans. It extends all over the world. Americas, all these black African American or black in
Caribbean.
the Latin country, Caribbeans, all these people are Africans. And this is the movement of making sure that they're supposed to be proud wherever they live, that they have a proud motherland as Africa. They can be born somewhere else, but they're still true Africans. We see a lot of things that's happening globally when it
Africa,
comes to the Africans descent.
Africa can Africa can make big business out of trying to get. It's like this. I think that how Africa should behave is in a selfish way, in terms of if anyone is going to get rich out of Africa, it's black people. Because it's like, how can you like think about anybody else when your people is nowhere? You feel me? It's like it's a hopeless mission you want. You have to care about your people first. It don't make no sense no other way. So Africa has to try to get the Caribbean rich for the Caribbean to get Africa rich. Same with Southeast Asia. Africa has to try to get Papua New Guinea secure and Solomon Islands secure and rich for them to come and still invest in Africa and develop. And we all develop and grow. You feel me? Sharing whatever we have. You feel me? And then
Yeah,
you think about um doing things with the rest of everybody else. But your people should be priority. That it's don't you don't I don't even understand what's going on. You feel me?
yeah. If I can put an example of like personal, let's say personal dream. So we can think about what we want for Africa, but we can also think about what we want for ourselves. That's also good for Africa. Now, my dream is to build a hotel in Afar. I want to build a type of lagoon there that feeds off thermal heat. They have some really good ones in a country here in Europe, and it's a money cow, I tell you. So I want to build that for myself. My employees will get a lot of benefits, Medicare, all of it. Why? Because I'm willing to spend a little bit more on them so that they will do their work with pride. And I believe if I do this, my competitors will be forced to do the same. So I believe us African diasporas living around the world, especially,
That's some shit.
we need to strengthen ourselves, build up the money. And when the time comes and you feel confident, you go back home, you build your business, you build your life, and therefore you are building Africa. And if millions of us do this, we can indeed raise this continent back up to the top.
I want to say something about Ethiopia again, right?
Yeah,
You see, um I'm not sure if you see through Shashamani, the Rastafari community in Shashamani,
yeah,
you can get you through that you can get um Jamaican transfers. You feel me? Like you have universities, you got people at universities in Jamaica. I'm not sure. Sometimes you can use some of that um knowledge, or if you understand what I'm saying,
I understand what you're saying.
through some of that transfer, because they right here in the West, in which it's right here. You understand? But then again, Jamaicans crazy, so I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Only
I understand.
Rastafari, huh?
I understand what you're saying, and I do agree with it. For instance, another thing that I do believe that Africa should be is a safe haven for Africans. When we
Oh
think of
yeah.
Africans who feel persecuted around the world, we need to build a continent where they can come home and feel safe. And that's especially to the islands. We think about climate change and all that. You know, a lot of the Caribbeans, a lot of these small islands, I think the Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea, they might have, they might be in a situation where they might have to move.
Of
And if
course.
they are to move, they're coming back to Africa, and we're welcoming them with open arms.
Man, I respect that talk. I think Africa should be our mainland. You feel me? Okay, America is playing a mainland role, right? But this is how I want to tell you something. This is how America this is how they're doing, right? If they gonna give anything to the Caribbean, right? They say you have to legalize faggotry. Feel me? So it's like give give the Caribbean aid and stuff, they have to legalize homosexuality.
I
So
feel
so the Caribbean people is in a between a rock and a hard place. Somebody's scratching, man.
I hear it too.
Somebody's making bread, man.
Yeah, yeah. So
People are
so
making
Oh,
bread.
sorry
We're not
about
just
that.
talking here, making bread.
Sorry about that.
great.
No, sorry. I thought I was on mute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm telling you that without Africa, to me, because the Caribbean people, they'll never tell you. A lot of people will never say it because they're full of pride. But the Caribbean to me is nothing without Africa. You feel me? And they need help. Right now, a lot of people would like to go to Africa. They don't have the first dollar, even educated people. And they don't have no source. You feel me?
I
There's a
feel
lot
you.
of there's a lot of red tape. Okay, I want to tell you this. Africa is okay. I hear right from the Bahamas, that's somewhere in the Caribbean. It's really 5 hours of flight to get to Africa. But let me tell you this: to go to Africa from the Caribbean, you have to go to England, which is like 14 hours, and then from England or somewhere in Europe, you take a flight to wherever you want to go in Africa. You
Really?
understand?
Really?
It's torment. They
I
made
am,
us think that
my God.
they made us think that Africa is on the other side of the world. You hear me?
I hear you.
So You don't know the position we in. I want to know why. I want to know if Ethiopia can get us a direct flight through Africa and go to the Caribbean and back, because we need some access. You wouldn't even know. It's a terrible thing. You feel me? We need, listen, we need a ship
I can
project.
fire. I can fire.
Yes, sir.
When it comes to flights, okay, all these direction is all mandated, and from fuel aspect of it, they give you there a certain part that you cannot fly through the Atlantic because of turbulences and stuff like that. It's been mentioned, even Ethiopian Airlines going to direct from Ethiopia, from Addis to US. There still goes around lands. You
I want to
understand?
tell you what
They
it
don't
is.
stay. Yeah, they don't stay in afloat
I want
for
to tell
long
you what
on the
it
water.
is. I want to tell you what it is,
I know
man.
what it is, so I don't want to discuss it here.
It's because of what?
I don't want to discuss things. I don't want to open a different can of worms.
Okay, okay, sorry.
And this is
Yeah, I
something that
hear
I
you.
got from pilots and all that. We're looking at. I said, okay, you can cross Washington D.C. straight there from anything on the west coast of Americas, including the Caribbeans. Why don't you fly straight down to all the way South Africa? Direct flights and very short distances. But again, since they faked us about the size of our world, and when it
Okay.
comes to the when it comes to the
Yeah.
reality and going traveling, Africa is almost twice the size what it's not right now. So
Yes.
people will look at the map. I'm going to go from this point to that point. Hey, this thing consumes fuel, so they don't even risk it to go along. Just an emergency comes, you are right in the middle of this turbulence, Atlantic. Where are you going to land it? There's nowhere to land it. So
No,
they
I
always.
understand what's going on. They designated. They listen. They designated routes for you. Let me tell you
Oh,
this.
absolutely.
Let me tell you this. Brand new planes don't fly to Africa. I'm wondering if y'all know that. Brand new
Uh,
planes, brand new
yes,
nice planes does not fly
they,
to Africa. If
they
you
do.
allow white
Ethiopian,
people alone.
Ethiopian
Okay,
Airlines.
fire. That
Uh,
I don't think
we,
that's true.
yeah,
That
Ethiopian
It's
Airlines
not
had the
totally
very
true.
first.
It's not. Listen, okay, it's not totally true. Okay, I
What?
know that Africa has its own airline, but what I'm saying, you see these little people that from like Brussels, and you see the planes that them little people
right.
charter to go to Africa, they choose they choose the ones that's lower in grade for on purpose. So that's why neither is they making the travel route to Africa easy either. That's what I'm thinking, because they trying to govern the rules. But on the other hand, back to what I was saying about what we need. I think we also need a ship. We need, I mean, seriously, we need one ship, two ship, so we playing still serious. I mean, like, how we don't have two, three cruise ships that can just sail around Africa and sail our people from the north to the south or the south to the north, enjoying themselves on the beach, anything like that. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we get you. But a lot of airlines have been picking up. Obviously, with Ethiopian Airlines being the leader in the continent. Tanzanian Airlines also, they just bought some planes. I don't know, it was the Airbus or it was the Boeing, but I know they also bought like a new fleet. Even Ethiopian Airlines has some new fleet. It's a mixture, obviously, but a lot of airlines are picking up, and they're using the proper, the commercial the up to standard airlines. It's not like something substandard. And also understanding the flight issue as well. Why certain routes are not yet there. It's also they're looking at the numbers. If there's an interest of a lot of people from different islands in the Caribbean who are willing to come to Africa, a route eventually can be, if they see it's commercially viable, they'll do it. The reason there's a lot of connecting flights like through UK or Heathrow in the UK to Africa or Dubai and all those places is because they're having like a route. Their routes are very in demand. There's a lot of people going to those places. Hence, there's a lot of connecting flights, and we don't really sometimes have direct flights to Africa. Besides maybe Ethiopia, maybe Ghana, where people connect a lot. So those are the things that affect a lot of airlines. Why they don't have direct flights? Not that they don't want to. They do want to, but they look at the numbers as well, whether it'll be commercially viable. Because if you know the airline industry, it's a very tough industry to be in. It's not. That's why you can see a lot of airlines went under because of just the operational costs of airlines are very expensive. So you need to really. That's why some only choose routes that are very commercially they are viable financially. If it's not financially viable, they'll either maybe cut it off or maybe say one flight per week to that place direct or whatever. They can do it, but looking at the numbers, once there's a demand, obviously they will do it. They can start maybe with one flight from either Jamaica, your home where you are, or any other place, or Cuba, wherever.
All right, you know what I'm saying. All right, this is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying. In Africa, right? They slowly started an airline. You understand? So one time, a certain particular route was not there, right?
Right.
And there wasn't a real, like, what you'd call it. The activities was not there either for that route to be set up. What they did is make the route, and they just know that activity gonna be there. So you see, what I'm looking at is like, why can't African people just mind their own business? Let's leave people alone, leave other people alone, and mind our own damn business. You feel me?
Yeah.
So we saying that. Wait, boss man.
Can I interrupt you? Can I
Let me
interrupt you
finish.
there?
No, sir.
I'll give you the firm. I believe that Africans are minding their business in
No,
general.
they're not.
They're minding.
Just hold
They
on, man.
are. There are
Wait,
people
please,
who
man.
are minding Africa's business. They want things in
Wait,
Africa.
outlaw.
Africans
Wait,
are minding
outlaw.
their business.
Wait, outlaw. Wait, outlaw. Remember, I'm an African, so you can't tell me not to criticize myself. So don't behave as if I'm criticizing you. Okay, let me
You know,
speak.
I'm not saying
Okay, let me see.
criticizing.
Let me see. Hold on.
Just saying
Wait.
that Africans are minding their business.
No,
That's
they're
what we've
not.
been doing.
No,
We
they're
are
not.
minding our business. We've
No,
not
they're
been
not.
bothering anyone, but they are in our continent.
Bossman, we're not minding our own business. If we
Okay,
was
elaborate.
listen, if we was minding our own business, we would be busy trying to get them out. You understand what I'm saying?
Could you elaborate?
But how did they come here then?
What I'm trying to say is, this is what I'm trying to say. What African people see as important is going to talk beside some people in the UN. That's all I see these people have as important shit. You feel me? This is what I'm saying. Okay. You have people taking off on goddamn boats because you're not whoever. Don't take it personally, boss man. I'm just trying to show you a bigger picture, right? A lot of people is leaving because you there, all you trying to do is go to some annual meeting. You feel me? From thieves. You don't even consider them as thieves. you find it highly disrespectful if someone say these devils are thieves. You feel me? So it's like people say, okay, why not try to decolonize yourself? Instead, you gonna say, oh, I'm gonna wear this wig every day, and because I, even though I'm supposed to be highly educated, I'm gonna wear this wig every day and judge my people. And it's like, well, what book are you people reading? Are you just caught up in? I mean, like, do we want anything of our own? Is anyone even thinking that way? It's like, why do we want to be this chubby with people who damage us terribly? You feel me? And then the whole thing is like, okay, what are we willing to let go of? You feel me? We have a lot of things that is implanted in us, but what are we willing to let go? What are we willing to see as an obstacle in our way? It can be a simple thing. It can be one of the pretty little things that you are okay with, where you have to just let it go. You feel me? And focus on your people and make it known, like I'm not seeing, make it known who you are for. Make it known whose side you on. You feel me? I'm it's it's hard to see that. That stuff is hard to see. You feel me? And to me, people need to start declaring which side you on, because we have a problem with people slowing down the progress of Africa and black people, because it's like we just going around in this little circle, right?
Hey,
Okay,
I can
Molly.
fire. I can fire. When you said, about the this whole thing that's having our own agenda, our own missions, right?
Yes,
Already, the African in general, the continent, they even boycotted UN meetings last year, toward the end of the year, and they went somewhere else because they were not represented. So this is getting, into your what you said. They
they
are in
are.
the
You
move
saying
now.
they are getting the picture a little bit,
Yeah,
right?
they
I
are in
understand.
the move.
I
They are in
understand.
the move now. Now, Ethiopian Prime Minister already said we're going to have our own media, okay, our
Yes,
own
and I
things,
respect that too.
and a lot of things. Just to tell you, when he said, the past and now the present and where we're going in the future, this is where we're going to be. The- Africa is awake, okay, whether the
Look at what's
leadership is
going on
awake
in
or
Guinea.
not. Listen, whether African leaders are awake or not, the population, the youth is awake.
Yes, yes.
If there's no change
Biggie,
coming, there will
Biggie.
be a change.
Look at what happened just the other day, right? Mali Mali, Guinea, I'm not sure about Guinea and Mali. I'm not sure Guinea and Burkina Faso what's totally behind their thing, but I'm telling you this. Mali, as a francophone country, fell in the hands of ECOWAS. And ECOWAS did something real stupid. It's like, are you even thinking about unity? Are you even thinking, what are you? Because it's like, yes, you have standards. Okay, fine. You feel me? But you can't say you control anything francophone. You feel me? And you're anglophone, so you can't really like, okay, francophone is just gonna listen to me now. So you have an agency right there now that falls right in your hands. He's they like, oh, I don't want to mess around those francophones no more, and you can just go communicate properly, and that you have one more francophone, you have one loyal francophone at least that's not loyal to France. You feel me? And
I compare. I'll
yeah,
give you the episode. If you follow some of the UN meetings,
yes,
a lot of them were condemning, from that part. condemning the coup d'etat. Okay, of course, we don't want coup d'etat. You know what I'm saying? Coup d'etat is just a very nasty thing that happens. But now the people of Mali are supporting him, and they are really looking into
No,
getting rid
I'm
of all
just
the French,
you're not listening
right?
to me, Biggie. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this, Biggie. You hold on. Why you know why ECOWAS did it? Because they're not minding their own damn business. They listening. Hold on. I'm telling you, it's hold on. Oh, hold on. You know that if Europe don't like it, you should like it. You know that, right? No, you know that,
That,
right? If these people
that's
don't
where I
like
was
it,
coming. That's where I'm
Africans
coming.
should like. Yeah, so
I
that's
can
what I'm
fire.
trying to say to you about
I can fire.
minding our own. Hold on, Biggie. That's what I'm saying to you about minding our own business. ECOWAS should be total friends should be telling Burkina Mali that okay, you said 5 years, we gonna give you 2 years. You feel me? Instead of this radical move of trying to disrespect the people like that. You understand what I'm saying? You're gonna make white
I,
people, you're gonna make these Europeans um infiltrate our structure and tell you what to do.
Can
That's
I ask one thing?
yes, sir.
So, as we all know, Europeans do in fact infiltrate Africa a lot. Do we ever try to do that with them? Like when we talk about France, I really want people to understand that the French have people within the European Union who they're having personal beefs with. And never, ever do you see African leaders approach someone like the Polish, who the French almost wanted to throw out of the European Union. Not even the Hungarians, the
Yo,
Slovaks, and the
outlaw.
Czechs. What I'm
Yo,
talking about,
outlaw. We are
that
playing people. All we do is play around. All we do is play around. Right now, to me, I support Mali and I support their decisions to get this other country to try and help them. You know why? They're not dealing with nobody pretty. These people, the people that Mali is dealing with, don't play fair. So I'm glad they got this other group in there because let me tell you,
you're
you see
talking about
how they
the Wagner group.
yeah, yeah. You see how they got up and flew out like chickens? I like that. I like that shit. You know how Mali can breathe a little bit?
It
You
makes me
feel me?
nervous. Yeah, I
Huh?
understand you, but I don't know. The Wagner group makes me a bit nervous, and there's
Okay,
also the problem.
tell me the tell me the loopholes of what you see in it. What can happen?
The thing is that they are sponsored by Russia, so they do have the Russian interest at heart. We can see how they operate in Syria. They did attack an
Okay.
American base there, disguised as Syrians. But what I was talking about is there are countries within Europe that were been colonized before any African country, and some of them are still not free yet. And some of them just got their freedom 30
I
years
want to
ago.
tell you something
These are not,
about
yes, but
oh sorry, I want to tell you something about these other parties, right?
yes,
These other parties, the Rus and China. These people, right, don't have no colony in Africa.
but they have colonies elsewhere.
Where like
In China,
where is a
in China,
Chinese colony?
the Chinese, Tibet and Xinjiang.
All right, just let me speak. Chinese cannot colonize Chinese. That's that's something not to be spoken. Because right now we need to train ourselves in a particular coordinated way for a coordinated unity. So that's out of the question. Hold on, just let me say something, right? This is listen, we alone, what you'd call it, when experience colonization. What is colonization? Colonization is a opposite people turning a next set of people into whatever they want. They make them change their language. They change their name. Wait, they change their language, change their name, change their way of seeing things, even change their God. Now, Russia has none of that history. China has none of that history. You
My
feel
friend,
me?
my
They
friend,
do.
with all due
They do.
respect, they are doing it right now in Xinjiang. There are these people known as the Uyghur Muslims. They are not Chinese. They are they are more Central Asian. They are not Han
Um,
Chinese. They are
all
being
right. I want to
converted
say this. I
into.
know what you're talking about. You see, I know what you're talking about. But to me, Islam is wickedness. So they want to change them. So what? And they
They
want to,
also bring no, 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 not only
they
Muslims,
living in
also
their.
Christians, also Christians.
Listen, I don't really care about. I want to tell you this. To me, when it comes on to business, okay, the Chinese are there in Africa, right?
Yeah, but
How you think you gonna deal with them? They, to me, Chinese would want you to understand them. They love their language, but you need to be like them. You need to love your language. You need to respect your people above all. Now, Chinese is a people like this. If that's how you is, and that's how they is, they are good. But they not gonna tell you that you should respect your people. You feel me? So Chinese is, to me, good business people. You're not gonna trick them, but they can trick you. But they're not really totally gonna just blindly rob you, like gunpoint rob you.
They
Chinese
are
is not.
getting prepared to rob you blindly. What's wrong with
they
you, Akamfire?
No,
they
what
are
I mean is, listen,
We
listen.
already
They'll
lost
do
a whole
business.
airport. We
All
lost
right,
a
listen.
whole airport
Wait,
in
wait,
flight.
wait, boss.
Okay?
They'll do business. They'll do
No,
business and try to
listen,
trick you. They'll try to trick you in
listen.
business. Are you listening to me? They try to trick you in business, and that would be your fault. You feel me? Because
because
you need to be more business savvy. You feel me? That's different from gunpoint. And you understand? They don't have this history of enslavement. Like, you see, you have to really judge people by their history with you. You feel me? Same with the people in Northern Europe. You have to judge them by their history with you. You feel me? And what's the history of these people? They used to give guns to Ethiopia, in which that's good. They
wait,
started,
wait, 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 wait.
they try to start,
Northern Europeans, like,
that's the Russians. You feel me?
all
So
right.
they used to give. So what I'm trying to tell you is, I shouldn't even talk it, but these people is better in terms of they won't withhold a lot of essentials from you. Okay,
Akamfire, you're not
going,
looking at you're not looking at the big picture. Their big picture is to put all the infrastructures in line so they can flood our markets. And our African brothers and sisters won't have the chance to even manufacture one single cent. They will be flooding you before you even know it. You'll see it across the town going Ching Ching Chang bridge, Ching Ching Chang road. Believe me, what they're
mhm.
doing is an extension of what China produces and dump it in Africa. From a cheap shoes all the way to the cheapest thing that they can get, but even including cheating within your own local economy. You telling me it's a business person? Yeah, it's a business. I understand, but at the same time, Africa got to stand strong in order to really control their flow and what they're trying to do.
Of course,
It's
of
like
course.
it's
Let
like
me tell
this.
you,
They learned it.
two
Hold on,
little laws, Biggie.
I can fire.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
learned. They learned from what happened to them through the Japanese Empire. Okay, and they don't
Hmm.
want to fall through. So they learn on how to really come back to it. Yeah, for now it's a benefit. Yeah, they're doing infrastructure here and there, but what's going to be the long run? For me,
Um,
if you don't come and teach my African brothers and sisters how to manufacture, how to do things on their own, and you're gonna come and flood your markets, I cannot be in competition with China.
but Biggie, did the government specify these things?
May I
That's
add
what
one
I'm
thing?
trying to. That's the thing. What I'm trying to say to you is,
Right.
right. The thing. What I'm trying to say to you is, look, you are the legislator of your country, right? Say you are the legislator of Ethiopia, right? And you doing contracts, and this is your needs, right? Okay, you need to make steel, okay? So you say to the Chinese man, um, let's go 50-50 on making a steel company, or say you don't have no money and you want him, and so these are the things, right? You want your people to learn. You want whatever they build, you can build and make your people have theirs also. So it's all a give and take, right? So you have to legislate ways and means for your people to learn up the ranks also. You feel me? And or no deal. You feel me? You have to make ways and means that your people get the best what you'd call it advantage in anything in your country. You feel me? So to me, these things are not happening, not in its totality. You feel me? But it's
That's
better
why I
than the
said,
West.
we don't want to be sitting easy ducks,
But
because
it's
right now
better.
the way it's running through
Yeah.
the continent, everybody's agreeing. Oh, this is good. All
But
the
Biggie,
leadership that you have in the nation. You got 54 nations that are really. Some of them really don't want any part of it. They're
but Biggie,
calculating.
think of this. Think of
Okay.
this, Biggie, right? Think of this. Because this is how I'm looking at things, right? Um, 30 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, right? It was all United States, it was all Europe. I mean, Western Europe, those nasty ass little people, and Arab bitches, right? Sorry, excuse my
Yeah,
language.
yeah,
Sorry, man.
my friend. I just have to
Okay,
input
so hold
something.
up, hold up. So it
Okay.
was all those people, right? And those people, and that's 40 years ago, and those people was there for maybe almost two goddamn hundred goddamn years or more. So what I'm trying to say to you is that's evidence. That's full-time evidence for Africa to mind its own business, because roads have been was being what could was invented 200 years ago already. Certain things was invented already, but guess what? Those were too good for the Africans in these dirty people minds. You feel me? So I'm telling you, what I'm trying to tell you is Africa needs a new revolution that don't have involve those people who have history in your country. All
Mm,
of those people that have histories in the continent should be eliminated
my friend,
from
I've,
your
I've got to ask
friendship.
I've got to ask you this.
Yeah.
Did what colonies did Poland have in Africa?
Oh,
What colonies did
you see,
Finland,
you see,
Sweden,
Poland. You see,
Ireland?
Poland is
No,
a breakaway from Russia. So I'm
no,
not
no, no, no,
really.
no, no, no. Poland is older than Russia. Poland is an older country than Russia. It's a very old country that was split up between three empires. And then we have Ireland. They were conquered in the 1500s up until the previous century. Scotland is still a colony. You know, there are other powers within Europe that we don't exploit. People who never colonized us, people who in fact were colonies far longer than we ever were, and who in fact today know that they used to speak another language, but now they speak the language of their colonizers.
Personally, Poland cannot help Africa, and I don't have no interest. To me, if I'm running Africa, I don't have no interest in having no friendship with Irish nor goddamn Polish. You feel me? I
But we
don't have
cannot
no
isolate
interest.
Africa. We cannot isolate Africa.
Well,
And
we
there's
got
also
China,
South America.
we got
No, no,
China,
no, no.
and we
Yeah,
got
and China.
Russia.
We got the real Chinese government in Taiwan. And then we have Vietnam. We have Japan. We have other powers. We have Brazil. We even have
Yeah,
India. Let's just think
I
about that.
like
India
Japan.
is a country of. They have the
Go
same
ahead.
population as Africa.
Mundaltes is out. Tanaja is trying to jump
It,
in, but
it,
go ahead, Minilik. Finish up,
yeah, yeah.
and
And
we
I
got
can just say, like,
Tanaja.
yeah, the most interesting country for us, I would say we need to make a friendship with is India. I mean, who knows colonization as good as India, as us? They have been
All
used
right,
for the exact same
this
reason.
how I look at things, rude boy. Right? This how I look at things. I wanna look at things in a decisive way. We really have to be friends with who is powerful, powerful, also not so rude. People who don't want to be our friends, we should not try to be friends with them, like India. You feel me? People who
Why
go
not India?
around disrespecting us, people who go around disrespecting us,
The
disrespecting
Chinese
our
respect
people
us.
in their. Hold on. The Chinese, right? You don't have to deal with them on certain level. You don't have to be the kiss up. But they are a major world power. They're building a lot of roads in your country, in Africa, for your money, right? So you paying them to do things. They ain't doing nothing for free, and you don't want nothing for free either. You feel me? The Indians, I don't trust them. You feel me? They need to assume some respect for Africans. You feel me? That's how I see things. Russia, I don't know what they're saying, but I see in Nigeria, right? The
Yeah,
Russians started building a big old steel factory. Now, what it tells me is, as long as you are in alliance with these people, you can get some development without them withholding it, like extreme development. Where is the steel factory that France built in the francophone countries? They got iron ore. You feel me? Where is the steel factory that the English built in the English countries in Africa? Where is it? You feel me? Uh, you so you see what I'm trying to say to you. I'm telling you that if these people wanted to, this little West European people, if they wanted Africa to develop, Africa would develop equally with them. I'm telling you, if we don't use these experiences and know our real enemies, we done for. See, Chinese just deal with us in a few years and we be glorifying the development. It's because they're not really totally withholding certain things. As long as you can deal with, as long as they benefiting, they're good. So all we have to do is find ways to deal with that. And it's a win-win. You feel me? Instead of dealing with these punks that only wants to tell us to legalize certain stupid shit in our communities and step on our neck and all that stuff. We need to
yeah,
get a
yeah.
hold of
That's a good
ourselves.
point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Uh,
What you
We need to
said,
get a
I
hold
the
of
can fire.
ourselves.
no, but
I
the
can
reason why
fire.
no, no,
Yeah.
I
Uh,
really want to finish this point. It's really
Let me
relevant.
stop. Let me stop.
All right.
mm,
So again,
yeah, I just want to give a minute. Let me just give a pie. There's a brother who's based in Taiwan at the moment. I think I can fire you've had enough that you had to say. Let's give others a chance and hear other responses from your points and their own points as well. Pi, welcome, brother.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I was here late today. What's the discussion on? at the moment.
Hey man, we touched on
What's
a
the
lot of
question?
topics, eh? Touched on a lot.
Oh, deep
We
stuff, man.
touched
Deep
on,
stuff.
on Sahara, the Sahara, the water, plants. We touched on phew. Manatez, remind me now, refresh my mind now.
Mali,
Religion.
Burkina Faso.
Religion in Africa.
Religion, whether it's holding Africa back, we touched on that.
Let
We
me
touched.
ask him a question. Who
Yeah,
should
go
we
ahead.
trust? Who should we trust? What should Africa do? And who should we trust in this global system?
Well, at least from my perspective, the only one we can trust is maybe the 10% of leaders who are Pan-Africanists, in my opinion, or at least have a control of their country. Like, for example, me, like if I was moving to Africa blindly, like I have no information, I would probably trust Ethiopia. I'd probably trust Tanzania. I'd probably trust Kenya. I'd probably trust Eritrea, and maybe that's it. Or maybe South Africa. Maybe that's it. Like if I was going to
Ghana?
move there blindly with no information, and
Rwanda.
just from my perspective. But as far as the global stage, trusting and just relying on China for our development, I think that's really dumb, especially with all the especially with hey, how do I say this? Especially with how like how we're gonna depend, like all our debt, most of our debt is we owe them our debt. Like there's a chart I can show you guys next time. We owe most of our debt to them. It's not like giving them a percentage. It would be different if as companies, like we're giving them a percentage of the business. Like if there's, like for example, like the light rail project in Addis Ababa, it would be different if they were getting a percentage of the total earnings in the project. But at any time you build a mega project, we have to give them millions of dollars in debt, and it's really starting to have an effect on the country. So I think the only thing that we can trust on is bringing back the like the manufacturers, like the scientists, the people that are good with technology back to Africa, and offering them a better life in Africa. But I don't think you really trust any one country. You can get help from them. You can collaborate with them, but no one's gonna really help build the continent, because they want to make, just how like right now, like China, they're becoming like a middle income country, right? So, and they have to work 72 hours a week. A lot of people, like 9 to 9 every single day. So if we're just relying on them for building stuff, then what's going to happen is people are going to have slave away 70 plus hours a week, probably. Trying to work the country out of our debt. So I don't think it's a good idea to just rely on them. I think whether it's from Taiwan to China, I don't think that's a good idea at all.
I think again, just to answer I Can Fire, I think a lot of Africans are minding their business. They really want to develop this country, this continent, and the main issue is everyone who's coming from outside of Africa trying to come for their own purposes, for their own benefit. China needs Africa. They have the manufacturing facilities, and the resources will come in handy to keep firing their economy. There's no way that China will just give money to build roads for no reason. Obviously, you're sweetening any deal. It's just them sweetening their deals so that we can open more doors for them. But at the end of the day, as Africans, we need to look after our own interests. We need to have a plan going there, because everyone who's coming into the continent, whether it's the French who are already here, the British, whoever, they already have a plan why they are here in Africa. They are here for business, and they are here to extract. They are here to exploit whatever they need to make their companies work. We need to also have plans as Africans to say, as Africans, as each country, we need to say, this is where we stand. We need you to develop this. We want to do this in any of those deals that we are in, and review some of the maybe deals that are already in place. Because if we don't have a plan, they have a plan, we'll always be following them, always behind them, and we'll always lag behind in everything, because we don't have something on the table that we can say, this is the African plan that we need us, for our people to also develop. As much as you want to develop your country, you want your people to be working in those factories, we also want our people to be employed. We need our youth to be working. We need our youth to be economically active in their own land. We need to have those things in place, and we should not shy away from what we need. If we don't have a plan, a man who comes with a plan will always be the winner, because he comes here knowing the landscape. He has already studied what you are offering or what you have. But
Okay.
if we don't have a plan for how we also have to put what we have, what we need, and what we think will also help our people, then we're just gonna be sitting here another 50 years or 20 years or even 100 years. We'll be still talking the same thing.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But this, all right. Look at this. Could this be a plan? All right, to separate yourself on that level would only mean what you'd call it, break down all democratic system in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm just saying we would have to make give Africa a Eritrean model in terms of all borders around sub-Saharan Africa closed, don't have internal borders. What I mean is, like, okay, so now everybody would be in the army. Everybody is going to be enrolled in the army, because the army is what is going to build the country. So the
But
army has,
how is the army going to build the country?
okay, I'll explain. So the army has a particular salary, right? So most people get that salary. So it would include doctors, engineers, all of these people would be included in the army, including teenagers and all that. So the army would adopt the school, the army would adopt the hospital, the army would adopt most of the structures in the economy, right? But it would still be the same economy. So the army will build bridges. The army will build buildings. But that's everybody. You understand? So, but it's a structured discipline. So, 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 so you can have a retirement age of the army, maybe
It,
30, maybe
uh,
40
I
years
can
old.
find. If I
Yeah.
may ask you, is this now a nuclear, a North Korean type of system that you're talking about?
All right. Well, this is it, right? You would. This is
Because
it, right?
that sounds like North Korea, where you're a scientist but wearing a military regalia and stuff.
Yes.
Is that what
Yes.
you're saying?
Yes.
What?
All right. We too indisciplined. Africans are too indisciplined. You grow up, walk around like you're a chicken that lost his goddamn head. You need discipline. You need something to give you a particular discipline before and in your younger adult age, that you don't become a big idiot when you in your 30s. You see me? So this is how I see things. How do you discipline everyone? How do you make how do you stop erratic behaviors in your communities? You see me? How do you stop nonsensical thinking? How do you get cleanliness in everyone? How do you do all of that? The army. You see me? So when these people get out of the army and be in their general society, it's a ordered society. It's a disciplined society. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But it's
So
also an obedient society.
so what I'm saying is you don't have to be. So what I'm saying is, so say the army is in the status where it is saying like its rule is I swear loyalty to the black skin and patriotism to Africa. And that's the rule. And that's the laws. And that's how it is. So we would be the army would be still rough, would still be, but it is only for your people. So therefore, safety is guaranteed to your people. Um, Good treatment is guaranteed to the people. You understand what I'm saying? You feel me? So it's an army for the people. That's what I and is the people. That's how I see it.
Okay. I mean to put discipline. From what I'm reading. But I want Pi to respond to this. From Sam. Pi. I don't know if you see
Okay,
Sam's
yeah,
comment
I
there.
can elaborate on this one. Yeah, they're a shield, but what do we really need right now? We need to have like, why is it that countries like last year, like Bangladesh, like for example, in the news we heard like Bangladesh, they were being sanctioned by the U.S. for because their paramilitary forces in Bangladesh, they were like citizens. They said they weren't doing good with the citizens. Like there was like extrajudicial killing, stuff like that. But they have over 6 million soldiers between their paramilitary force, between their army, between their reserves. They have over 6 million troops. You wouldn't see a Western intervention in Bangladesh. See my point?
Yeah.
Like Sam, like we have to have enough soldiers. We have to have enough soldiers so that these kind of things is kind of repeating cycle over and over again. Like we shouldn't be struggling with Al-Shabaab. We shouldn't be struggling with TPLF. Like
Yes.
Ethiopia should be the most militarized zone. Just in my opinion, we should. If a country like Bangladesh has $5 billion and they're able to have that many soldiers, over 6 million soldiers, Nigeria, South Africa, and whoever else wants to help should be working together with Ethiopia so they can be able to have a military that provides the rest of the region.
This is what I like.
They're not going to give you $10 billion, and they're not going to give you $10 billion. You think they would give us $10 billion so that we can have like over 1 million plus soldiers in Ethiopia? They're not going to do that. They're gonna keep you dependent on them so that we can stay in debt, and then like
This is what I like.
Africa. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is what I like. I like how, okay, I like the structure of the Chinese army and the and Russian army. I like the structure. We need that type of discipline, that type of neatness and order. We need to be a orderly people again. You feel me? Somehow we gotta get some order. That people stop taking us for idiots. You feel me? The world don't respect us.
You know,
We need 500 million man strong army or
500
200
million.
million. Yeah, you agree?
I think 10 million is all right.
Hell yeah.
I mean, 100 million, that is a lot of people.
What I mean is that's what I'm telling you. Everyone is in the army anyway. We have the female army where the nurses in the army, female doctors is in the army. So little girls understand how to wrap a wound. All that we need, all of that. You feel me? To structure ourselves, we need order. We need to make sure that people think twice about messing with us. See me? And we also need to prove ourselves. I won't speak of it now.
All right. If I can go back to one of the previous questions you gave me, you were talking about something with Jamaica was getting into some troubles because of LGBTQ laws, right?
Yes.
Yes, so it would be in Jamaica's best interest to find other countries around the world that are having similar issues, right?
Yeah.
Now, it just so happens, yeah,
This
but it just so
Jamaicans
happens,
problem.
I understand, but there are
Jamaica
two,
have this problem.
yes,
Jamaica
so
have an identity problem.
yeah, no, but you're telling me
Just
that
like Africa.
Western, no, I know it's true because they do it to Africa too. You remember Obama went to the AU and started to talk about this for like almost an hour.
I
But my
know.
point is, maybe Jamaica should approach Hungary and Poland because they are facing the same problems. And what can they do? They are within the European Union, which is an organization which the French are also in. They
Yeah.
have seats there, they have seats in those parliaments. So
Yeah.
if the European Union as a structure wants to come after Jamaica, Jamaica has two member states in there that could argue on Jamaica's behalf.
You know,
Do you
I
feel me?
think it's a private American initiative. I don't think the European Union has anything to do with anything like that. I think it's a private American initiative.
Yeah, I don't know. America is a hard country because you cannot pressure them like you can any other country. I mean, they're a very powerful country economically and
Yeah.
militarily.
So you know they have their own initiatives.
Yes, but we need to start looking at even America, actually. You have two parties ruling that country. The Democrats are the ones who want you to do that. Maybe
True.
Jamaicans should reach out to the Republicans who would agree with you on this one aspect.
Yeah,
So
that's a
use
good.
them and see.
You know that's a good view, a good political view. Um, our our them type of people, I can't say our misleaders are not so savvy.
I
You understand?
I understand.
Yeah, they it's like this. It's like this. Why would you want to be cunning to your Almighty? Why would you want to try and use your wit on your God? That's how they think.
And
You
that's why
understand?
they must be replaced, you know? Like, I think everyone here understands that most of our countries are probably dominated by some other countries. But in the future, we all believe that we'll break out of these chains. And what I'm saying is that when we look at how the Europeans colonized Africa with the divide and conquer, we can undo this by dividing and conquering them.
Yes. Yes, we can.
I mean, if you really look at how many European countries colonized Africa, it's only a handful. And they only did this after they were done colonizing everyone around them. The only independent countries were either protected by another country or annexed by that country. But
I
today,
want
many countries did not have colonies in Africa, and we
I
should
want to say
communicate
this
with
to
them.
you. I want to say
Yeah,
this to you. We cannot be naive about who we're dealing with. We cannot.
I
It's
agree.
like this. It's like this. You think, okay, like you mentioned those two parties over here, right?
Yeah,
Two of them wants to kill you. One tells you they would kill you, and one don't. One would just try to poison you, find some type of n- n- very terrible way to just get rid of you. Maybe they will do it slowly too. You feel me? So that's that party you was talking about. But the other one will just tell you. So it's like this. How can you even approach them? The ones that want to kill you, that tell you that they want to kill you. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say is none of them is to be trusted. Hold on. When it comes, all right, look, I didn't even know that Lithuania had military troops in Mali. I didn't even know that Denmark had military troops in Mali. So 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 these people are a little bit quiet, but they are some terrible little people. They all on the same side. You feel me? So that's only Russia is not on their side. And see, they want to drag in what's his name, Ukraine, and Russia is like, you taking everybody in your stupid stuff.
Yeah,
No,
no,
you
but
feel me?
are you paying attention to the politics within Europe, America, and Russia when it comes to Ukraine? Right now, a big problem is that half of Europe is saying, hell no, we're not doing this. The other half says, we're fucking doing this. And in the America, you have, again, half of them saying, let's do this, and the other half saying, let's not do this. So it would be stupid of us not to ever take advantage of that, especially when we read from our own history. That is exactly how they overcame us. Like I see Sam, I mean, I like many of Sam's
So
comments.
so that means you in agreement with me to say that these are the two parties, one in the south, one in the far east, and one in the far north. Wouldn't you say that Africa should just cut off Western Europe and over here and just focus on being partners and try to get a win-win out of those people who do not have a reputation in our history?
Not in our history, but in other people's history. Like if we look at, let's say yeah, China.
Why would you do that though? We have to mind our own business. We have to say who did what to us.
We lived
I don't
in this
care.
world.
I don't
No?
listen. I'm not gonna say okay, people perfect. But if you never done nothing to me, you never done nothing to me. And this, you have a set of people who hurt us daily for 500 years or more, and another set for 1500 years. That's dirty Arab. So what I'm trying to say is, them people have deliberate histories with us. They have kept us poor all these days. You feel me? They kept us poor on purpose. And we have an opportunity now to just stop dealing with these people. Just stop.
And yeah, did we have no? But before colonizations, we didn't have much dealings with Europeans, and that's why they came after us. I mean, if you look at why Europe, just in the beginning, why did Europe leave Europe and conquer other places? It was because one of them started doing it, and everyone was going to get scared. He was going to form an empire outside of Europe and then conquer Europe. They started this because they wanted to kill each other first, and then they got so powerful they have to go elsewhere.
No, it's Mansa Musa that caused it.
He had a great deal in it.
Yeah, it's Mansa Musa that caused it, and he spurred people's greed. You feel me? He made people's greed get. He brought all the gold to Alibaba and the 40 thieves. He didn't know what he was doing.
Right. But like, I also wanted to reply to a comment that Sam made regarding arms. Do people know that Ethiopia has used firearms for 400 years? The first ones who brought it to us were the Portuguese. In West Africa, it was used even longer. But we never developed on it further, while the rest of the world did, because we didn't pay attention to what everyone else was doing. And that is what the Europeans did. They traveled the world first. Before they started all this advanced technology, they first started exploring it, getting secrets from everyone, applying it on their own. And when they did this, they also got an idea of everyone's political strives. And that is what Africans must do. We must look at what the Americans are talking about, look at what the Europeans are talking about, the Chinese, South American, which ones aligns with us, which ones don't. How can we use them to our benefit?
Don't forget we converted, Minik, we converted a church bell into a big cannon.
Oh yeah?
Yes, as Tedros.
In Ethiopia?
In Ethiopia, during as Tedros, he turned that, and actually is in Addis now, that big bell. He converted it to a cannon. It's in Addis. Actually, it's one of those. I'm not sure where it's located,
No,
but
but who
they
did it?
wrote down. It was a
Yeah,
big.
man.
It was a big.
Africa,
Go ahead.
sorry, Africa needs to occupy itself. You feel me? Africa needs to do a occupation on its own self. You feel me?
I
In
can fire.
defense. Yes, sir.
I'm just gonna cut you there for now.
Okay.
I just want to go back to Mandatezi so that at least we keep the conversation flowing. Mandatezi, are you still
Yeah.
drinking your Robusta coffee?
I think I'm going for my second cup. What's up, my brother?
What time is your walk? What time are you taking your walk?
It's 4:52. I was planning actually to take the walk, but I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted with the logistics. What my phone? I don't know. My phone right now is not the same one I had, so it seems not to be accepting the StreamYard. So, and I was like, "Oh, let me just stick around and enjoy this conversation."
No, so no working today.
I'll work just later. It's Sunday, so
Mm.
it's a good day for any time of work. I
I
was, I was
think you
talking.
have to download YouTube again. Like you have to go sign what you I think it's you have to maybe download YouTube on the store on the app store and then you can get in the lives. Then you can get in.
Okay, okay. Thank you, my brother. As for, uh, I'm going to be honest. I do not have any political opinion, so I'm okay with listening to my brothers here speak about the geopolitics of Africa. I can learn. So unless my brother, the biggest maybe he has something to say.
At this point, I mean, we spoke a great deal of uh, about our China point of view, the world, the way it goes. So one thing that I just want to mention is that Icon Fire also said, there's a business part of it because again, Pi, you said we don't want to be isolated. I mean, Minilik said we don't want to be isolated from the other world. It's just we're going to have to do a smart business. When it comes to a certain decision that you're going to make on behalf of your nation, you have to be wise on how you look at the future because that airport losing it to China is just one of the things that happened as I never thought another foreign country will come and take away your airport. You know what I mean? That this is new for now. For this for last end of last year. So how to prevent from having this kind of decisions? I don't care how much they pay you for your corrupting mind, but at least think about the future of the country. The airport. And I don't know how many times I would say to you're accountable. We got to be accountable for our action.
If you take my
Accountability.
airport, I'll try my best to build another one and stop everybody from going to your airport. I'll make that shit shut down. Got me fucked up. Got me fucked up.
Come on, man. You have to stay
Yeah,
in
the
that
problem about the airport is the ports. In the first place, the ports, the seaport. That's where it starts.
I'm gonna throw. It's
It's
not a joke,
Uganda airport we talking about. Uganda
but
airport.
yeah, for real. On something that happened in the U.S. is that I don't know if you remember down in the '90s, if I'm not mistaken, but all Japanese decided to purchase all the federal buildings in Washington D.C. and they allowed them to purchase the building. It's federal building, federal government building, and they let them buy it, you know. And then I believe it's John McCain, and that's when everybody screamed at him, "How can you sell our Federal Reserve buildings? You know, this is our things, you know, heritage and all that." He said, "This building is going nowhere." He said, "You know how much it costs us to maintain that building?" So he said, "I'll let them, I'll let them have it."
So
Before you know it,
it's still not theirs. It's true.
exactly. So what happened was all the deposit that they made, all the for the government building, and then it says if you default, it goes automatically to the federal government. You cannot sell it to somebody else. So at the end, Japan lost her economy. They cannot afford it anymore. So eventually they defaulted and they got the building back.
Yeah.
So again, you know, like you said, I come fire. You know, they just purchased an airport and building another a better airport, or maybe the airport is not going nowhere. It's just to make it a better revenue for you for less maintenance.
Maybe. Of course, if you use it that way, 'cause you can use bureaucracy and get that back easy.
Exactly, but you know,
Mhm.
Chinese are not ready to bail out on Africa. No, they just got started.
That's how I see it. I mean, you try to give me a raw deal, I give you raw deal. That's how I see it. That's how we should play. Stop make people play with us. You feel
Mhm.
me?
And again, you know, it comes to the we're talking about us as African brothers and sisters, you know, to be united. You know, I really don't care about the border. You know, this is a man-made border, but at the same time, we're struggling even to swallow this unity uh, of being one Africa. You know, just being African. You're
Struggling
an
bad.
African. That's you know, we have to. In fact, I started I started posting it, but I didn't finish it. But one of my posts that's going to come on WhatsApp, okay, is hold on, I'm just going to go back to that. And this triggered me into. I started writing it. This was about you know our understanding that Africa is coming to the forefront now, battling all these issues that we have, right? And this is what I said. Yes, you know, my brothers and sisters, like I said it over and over, our subconscious for the unity of our Africa. We need to dream, eat. We need to dream, eat, drink, love our
Unity.
Africa for our unity. For this to realize, a lot of things happen, but you have to subconsciously. You always have that.
Yeah. Oh, he dropped off.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah. I think, man. Let me
If
say
we
my
all
last.
live it, okay. If we all comes
Bro,
in
wait,
one.
wait, wait. You cut off for some time, so you have to rewind that a little bit.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay. The part that I said is subconsciously, right?
Yeah.
All African brothers and sisters. In fact, in this panel, the people that comes in and put our heart to it, our effort to it, is because we are one of the few that eat, drink, sleep. Africa unity. The subconscious, when it's funneled by the millions, you will have a change. In fact, we don't care how it's going to happen. It's going to happen because we all have the same mindset, the same emotional aspect of it to see our dream to fulfill. So we need to erase from our mind of all the borders. It's all about African brothers and sisters to unify. And our prayers, even though there's this border that we put nations to it, we want our leaders also to be pushed in that direction. Enough is enough of being lip services. You understand? Yes, ma'am. I go once a year, meeting done. Oh, let's work on it. This, that. No. Like I said, We need to work on it 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and we be subconsciously look forward this unity of love and peace. No African should die ever in vain unless it's natural cause. Anybody that raised as an African, as being black, you raise your arm against another black, you're accountable. I'll question you why you raised it in the first place, why you even thought of it. It should be part of our culture. Subconsciously, we have to have this moment and movement as one. That's how we can realize it. You think this thing happened overnight? No. Collectively, people were thinking this since the 60s. You think it's a small number. Now we have internet, StreamYards, panel, facts that are coming out. That start emboldening us. That start to say, yes, it's about time to have one Africa. Look at what happened to Rwanda. Rwanda and Uganda, they closed their borders, what, 2 years? And when did we came in on one Africa, November? Look at changes that few people subconsciously, believe it or not, subconsciously, things are moving. There's a lot of things. Look at Mali.
When Africa opened the borders.
Open the borders. You know what I'm saying? This thing is like, in fact, once we have our own network, our own media, our own narratives, and this, my brother, is going to change a lot because now we got the technology that is in Africans' hand. It's in our hand. It's on our ability. And to build it, it's right there. Look at Triangle. Look at what Ridge built. Can you imagine we're going to have building more into it and bridging every African country in the continent, including our brothers and sisters in Caribbean, in the world, they'll be connected. They're going to start getting respected, whatever they are. That descent is no more. It's a normal movement, and in reality, it's happening. It is so amazing that listening to Dr. Abiy, that we need to have our own media. Guess what? We spoke about this in our own platform here. And already Ridge is working on this fact before it was before they let the cat out the bag. And it was discussed in African Union meeting. Now they start entertaining it, but at the same time, there are certain leadership that's going to try to say, no, I don't want it, you know. But anyway, it's an African Union thing that we already decided to look and explore. Now what we're doing is we're creating more pressure to the leadership. If the thing gets hot, eventually somebody hotter than him is going to come and take over. At least he's got the benefit that if he's got a doubt on the decision, let's say it's a Tanzanian president, he can call Abiy, he can call Isaias, he can call Kagame, he can call anybody in his brotherhood and get the best advice. They're not going to be making blind decision. They will be advising each other in order to have a stronger Africa. And that's what we need. We want them, the leaders, to start discussing. Even the weak one is going to be pulled out of his weakness. He will be motivated. So the existing leadership is the one that you're going to embolden, and at the same time provide them with this information system, with this truth that's coming in. And then at the same time, remember, we create our own intelligence. We create our own way of communicating. That's happening. There's a lot of things that's happening that we subconsciously not paying attention to it. But there's a lot of movement in Africa. And I want to make sure that the youth is there to make sure that they understand where they are, geographically, where they stand, they are in Africa, they got to stand with that. I shall not bear arm against another African brother and sister. I'm going to defend honor. You're talking about royalty? Yes.
Yeah.
You're going to honor
The
your next brother
integrity
and
of
sister.
Africa.
This is how we honor each other. And this is going to be our code. There won't be nobody interfering between me and my brother. If we have differences, we talk about it. And that's how we're going to do. And this thing happened once we get our own networks, platforms. Believe me, there's a lot of information. There's a lot of people that are so literally our African brothers out of this world. Smart, brilliant minds out there that we can bring in.
True.
We're talking right at the bottom right now. It's how we're going to attract these brilliant Africans to have a brilliant continent. We'll get there. We will get there.
Exactly. Guys, I will be closing the live stream very soon.
No, we didn't talk about South Africa, man. What's wrong with you?
Not today.
One that easy. One that easy.
I say we do it. Talk about South Africa.
Not today. Today we can talk about Jamaica. It's an interesting country. We can talk about that. I know I can talk for 12 hours. We can just listen to him talk about Jamaica.
No, you know that I know you picking on me.
It started with Ezra before he hangs up, so we have to
get it, Ezra. I get it.
We gotta bring Mundatezi. We gotta bring Fire. Pi is quiet today. Pi is really quiet.
Or we can talk about Taiwan, the semiconductor issues and whatnot.
Oh, are we going to get those semiconductors? I tell you honestly, it's halting my business.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the
There's a
question?
shortage. What's happening there, Pai? What's happening in Taiwan? With the shortage?
Oh, I don't know, because I mean, there's no shortage here. Everything's business as usual.
What are you guys doing over there with Somaliland? There's a new controversy with Taiwan. I think that some minister from Somaliland went there recently. Yeah, can you talk about that?
I mean,
China is about to take it.
From my perspective, I wouldn't take. Well, I'll tell you what's going on, but I wouldn't take sides in that one. For example, like if we're in Somaliland and I'm pretty sure we all know, like in northern Somalia, Somaliland, whatever you want to call it, the clan that's leading them is secessionists, right? This is what I learned from doing my research. But most of the people in Somaliland want to unify back with Somalia, if I'm correct. I mean, that's what the Somalis said last time on the platform. That's what they were telling us. But right now, in order for them to get recognition from the African Union, from Ethiopia, from Abiy, they're trying to go to the U.S. and Taiwan to get them to modernize their state, to modernize their military, to modernize just the country in general. So they're going to the U.S. and Taiwan for help with that. So again, and from my perspective, like as far as Somaliland, Taiwan, if you want Somaliland to be a part of the Horn, I think we have to like step up. Like Ethiopia should be helping. Whenever there's a drought, for example, I heard from some time ago there was a drought in Jigjiga, and no one of the politicians stood up for what was happening in that region. But yeah, it's just they're trying to. In my perspective, I think they're trying to make a war with Somalia and Somaliland and Ethiopia. I think that's what they're planning, like just from a global perspective, what they're trying to do in the next few years. But yeah,
in fact, I got a call today from that region. I got a good brother that lives in that Jijika area. He told me about the drought. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I saw a news report. I forget which Ethiopia website it was on, and the politicians are doing a vote of whether they should help them or not. No one did anything. So you think so when someone that's a Somali and they're northern Somali, they see something like that. You think they're gonna get help from us? They're gonna get help from outsiders. They're gonna get help from Americans. They're gonna get help from Taiwanese people. But yeah,
But this what I
they're
have
probably
to.
trying to make a war in that area again. Because for example, like in Taiwan, right? So basically, the long story short, what happened with them is the ruling party back in, I think it was 1940 something. In the 1940s, they lost the war to the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. So they fled to Taiwan. So they're ethnically the same. They speak the same language. They have the same customs for the most part. They're the same socially. They excel like when they go abroad. Like Taiwanese people, they make up like a small percentage of the U.S. when they go to top universities, same as Chinese people. But the only difference is they have different politics. Like Taiwanese people, they're more U.S. leaning, and Chinese people, of course, they believe in like the same thing as like how Somalis believe in one Somalia. Like Chinese people, they believe in one China. And Singapore, Malaysia, Taiwan, China, they all think that's their own thing. But yeah, it's just they're trying to make a war between Somalia and Somaliland, Ethiopia. So I think we should be very very careful and monitor that one. I don't know why. I was getting angry about it. I'm like, they're just trying to, if they militarize the area and they're pro left leaning, like they're pro Western leaning, it's just gonna cause the same issue again with the people in Somalia.
Yeah, in fact,
Ethiopia
if you
has
look
enough
at it,
problems to deal with already.
yeah, if you look at it in general aspect of it on what's going on in Russia right now. So the West really want to put the good old Cold War, where NATO is going to be there, everybody is going to be there, and nothing changed, and now we're going to have to pull our weight in different direction. And same thing when you got another Cold War, there's going to be another division that they're going to try to create. At the end of the day, is to feed their own narrative, their own way of doing things. And I don't know how many of you have been following this, because if this thing goes 1 inch to the right or to the left, it's cataclysmic. People are not paying attention to it. This is very, very dangerous level.
Yeah, but this is what I have to say about that. You feel me? When I see those things, I see like um the fat the fat lady that's sitting on us can sit and fight. So
Mhm.
I see that all of that type, even World War II was a very very good opportunity for Africa. You feel me? But they never saw it. So even so, any one of those type of battles, you feel me, gives Africa ease to move in certain strategic ways to solidify themselves on certain level. You feel me?
Why you
These
snatch my
are
word, man? You snatching my word.
I'm like,
You really snatched my word. That's what I was gonna say.
yeah.
Wait, they
Thank you,
found
man.
oil there?
It means that our unity is strong because we have in the same train of thought. You feel me? But that's why I say be careful, but we should go for those type of because we don't have we want to develop our own industries, right? This has been Africa's problem. You feel me? We
Hmm.
want to develop industries. We want to educate our people and make sure our people get satisfying jobs to
Hmm.
to to make sure that the children don't suffer. But how do you? All right, it's like this. Why is there drought? Because we our children don't have, our people don't have jobs, our people don't have certain things in order to build facilities that will withstand all of that. Okay, so so that's what I'm trying to say is we have to go to a route where we see people that will sell us the development. You feel me? And
Hmm.
will sell us the most rigorous development instead of dealing with these other people that they like, oh, development gonna make African children look cute. Development gonna make gonna stop seeing dirty feet. Development gonna make you stop seeing certain things, and that therefore certain way we used to speak, we have to stop. These are the things. These are the ways these people think. So they are making sure your development is limited. So they're not gonna say make you know that no, they don't want no development. They're gonna give you a semi development in order to trick you that something is going on. But we should look at the sluggishness of things. You feel me? We should look at our surroundings and see that nothing has changed and promises are not kept. All of these things, dealing with these little vultures. You feel me? So we need to find no what we need, guess what we need to find? Guess what we need to say as Africans? These people not gonna change. No matter what you say to me, how you did me in slavery, you can do it again. And your actions is proving that you will do it again. How you did us in colonization, you chopped off children's hand in goddamn in Central Africa. You did us real bad. You starved us in Namibia. You made us our bones show. You starved us in when you was trying to overthrow Haile Selassie, they made the dukes or the neighborhood owners withhold the food, buy all the food out, withhold the food, have it in storage to make the man look bad. You feel me? And starved our people for these devious plans. You feel me? We need to not we need to not overlook these things. That these we need to see the wickedness that these people do and get mad. You feel me? And say we don't want to deal with you like just like over oversee their overview like stop seeing their little whiteness and how their little smile and all that stuff. Stop seeing it. It is plastic smiles. You feel me? These people are rootless people. All right, I want to. So I'm gonna go. This is my last point. Um, my Kenyan bro was talking about the mother.
Yeah.
Well, the woman is God.
Mm.
If the woman was God when you was a child, the woman is God even when you have grown. No matter
Yep.
how you view things.
Absolutely.
It is in Egypt. It is in Egypt that it is the beginning of all religion that state the woman as most powerful and the womb of creation as the creator of everything. You feel me? So that is how they knocked us off. We stopped putting obligation. We stopped putting reverence to the queen. You feel me? We stopped lifting up the queen
Hmm.
in her status. You feel me? We start disrespecting her. We start forcing her. All that stuff because of our teaching of colonization. You feel me? They turned us into them. So we need to go back. We need to, as I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. If we, if we don't have to do nothing except find a way change the education system in our respective countries. What I'm saying is the education system is an institution to keep you not so smart. You feel me? Okay.
Limited in exploration, limited into having, like they said, they put you in a box and they tell
Yes.
you think out of the box. Like
What
I
it
said, I've
does
never
is
been in a box.
yes. What it does is it's like this. European education gives them a whole education in terms of you have a segment of them only learn how to do business. You and then higher education is not withheld from nobody, like how to make lasers, how to make um combustible engines, how to make things. You feel me?
Hmm.
These things are not in Africa. You need to ask yourself why, and you need to really look at who you're dealing with. A conniving set of buzzards. You feel me?
Hmm.
They don't want you to reach nowhere. If they wanted you to reach anywhere, um, um, laser technology would be taught in schools. Um, um, every type of education in terms of structuring an economy would be taught in your schools. You feel me? So
Okay.
therefore, you're supposed to know that your education system is limiting you. You feel me? All right. You ever heard of some people don't study, but they pass everything? You feel me?
Hmm.
Because it's baby steps. They're giving us baby steps as our education system. You feel me?
Hmm.
So 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 we need a more wholesome education system in terms of everything, teaching everything. South Africa is closest, but I'm telling you, you have a certain set of education system in in South Africa that only applies to white people. I'm telling you, but it's in secret and you don't know. But this is what I'm saying. We need to find a way. All right, it's annoying to be holding a very conscious conversation with my African brothers, and and you hear and all, all that you can know that all in their minds is cricket. Same with some people in the Caribbean and in the Americas. So what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say is,
One thing that I would say,
I can
I can.
fire.
all right,
Can we come
this
to a
my
land
last
now?
statement. I'm gonna go.
Because
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
Mm,
I'm gonna
no, no,
go.
no.
But I'm saying is having changing this education system, making people mandatory learn their history, would give us a better conversations with each other. Like your live stream, right? How
Mm.
come you don't have 15,000 people watching? You know why? It's because conscious people are limited because of the education system. I hear another someone's live and he got 15,000 listeners and all he do is scream, show his girlfriend on the screen and all that stuff, and that's the amount of views he has. You understand? So we all need to know that this stuff affects us immediately. You feel me? Like why we don't have 15,000 people watching at this moment. You understand?
They're still
Thank
not
you.
ready yet. Not ready yet. They're not ready. Very few of us are here together talking about this is a weekend talk, for example, but we covered a lot of issues all around us,
Yeah.
and
All
they're
I'm
coming.
saying, we need to know
Imagine
that there's a
we
big
got
old
1 point.
education system that
Right.
controls everything that those
Remember,
people instituted. And we need to
remember now.
know that if we don't get rid of it, we gonna be listening crickets. Our people gonna be like crickets when we talk. Okay.
Right, and on this topic, like from the beginning, on this panel. our subscribers, uh, we get to know each other. Okay, we're getting to know each other as we're gonna be actively shown what we developed, what we moved with. We got this accountability to prove in work within the next 100 days. We got Mika that is out there in Ethiopia because that's something that we want him to be on the ground and see things. There's certain information that we need. These are the things that we're gonna do. This is the very first sample of one Africa representing everybody and seeing what he sees and delivering it. Okay, a lot of people think it's a vacation. Some people say, "Oh, he's on vacation. He's having a good time, on somebody else's dime, while the Amara people getting slaughtered, or something like that." You know what I'm saying? And all this negativity, for us, we're gonna need a few that's are really one Africa and make sure that we protect one another throughout the continents and throughout the world where an African exists. You understand? So, like you said, 15,000, we're going to get there. But one thing that we're going to do, this thing started November, okay? As we push, we already have 200,000 subscribers. And those subscribers, we're going to, as we prove and paving the way, only very few. And then we're going to get even people that are expert in the project that we want to bring in. Now, people are going to be interested. We discussing how to we get to know each other, and then now how to bring in the wealth to Africa, how to put these brilliant minds into work. For me, and as well as the Somali nation, it's not just having a subscriber, but those that are day in day out, subconsciously we are connected, and we are gonna be no matter what, we're gonna make the right things. It will come to the time. Right now, we're discussing and making ways and make sure that we got the right path. So I can fire, I can see you. If I put, if on your icon, if you're gonna put anything that looks sexy, a lot of people will come in. you know, and this it's a human nature right now when it comes to going through YouTubes and stuff like that. People change the icon. It's not the real thing behind it. That's not the communication behind it. But they just put little icons like that. You know what I mean? And then we can put the most beautiful Africans in the world as an icon. You understand? People will click in. But is that what we want? We want to be brutally honest on what we're going to show you. We're not going to deceive you on what you're going to be seeing. People are seeing about girlfriend, this and that, TikTok, name it. But that's not what we're all about. We're going to stand as one Africans, and we're going to think, drink, eat, sleep Africans. That's our movement. Go ahead, Ezra. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Biggie. I'm gonna give guys. We're gonna have another stream today. To some people, it's tomorrow. This Sunday. Later on again. Yeah, I don't think I'm just shutting this now or whatnot, because I know a lot of people are still hungry to talk. But we will have another stream tonight, and yeah, I'll probably set it up early, and then you guys can see, because I heard some people saying they didn't see the notification and stuff, but it was there. But I just want to give Menelik in short, and then Pi, then we close with Medatezi. Menelik, your closing statement?
Right. Well, I guess what I'd want to tell to all my fellow Africans is that the best way to empower Africa is to empower yourself, empower your children, empower your family, and continue on out from there. When it comes to the geopolitical situation, I will always urge everyone to always look out for anyone else in the world who might have the same problems as us. Get them on our side, so that when we voice our own concerns, it does not just fall on deaf ears, but people that we have talked to, people who understand us, people who have the same sympathies, as us. And I'll always reiterate that we must never isolate Africa. Never do that. We must have an active role in this world and, in fact, be seen as a vision of hope, something that can be an alternative power in the future. Because when we look at the islands of the Caribbean, in the future, if we unite Africa, we are going to have to become their guarantors, also in Papua New Guinea, also in the Solomon Islands, and perhaps even other countries that are not black, perhaps South America, perhaps even in Europe. But we must always try to become better. We must try and build ourselves as well. Build something physically in Africa. Build a home, build a business, build a family, build a friendship in Africa and abroad. I love you all. May Jesus be with you. Thank
Amen.
you.
Thank you, Menelik.
Thank you. Amen to that, Menelik. Pi.
Oh. Yeah, for my closing statements, I'll keep it really short. In my opinion, I think, like as Menelik just said, we have to start doing for self. Like if there's for example, if there's a region that's affected by war and they need aid, we should be the one providing them aid. If we need weapons, we should be the one providing weapons. If something needs to be built, we should be the ones building it. We should be able to, like on Triangle, we should be able to, if there's a manufacturer, we need to manufacture this building. We should be able to know where these people are and be giving them funds, like crowdfunding for them to be able to build that building, instead of putting us with either, I know EU, they have this new, they're trying this $171 billion deal with Africa. China's in Africa, Turkey's in Africa, Russia's in Africa. We know they're all trying to get us in these debt traps. So why would we just give the country away in the form of debt when we could just be doing for self? So in my opinion, I think we should be doing for self. We should be protecting Ethiopia in general, Nigeria, Ethiopia, South Africa. They all have enough money for this military thing. I don't know why they keep. I mean, two nights I talk about millions of times, but Ethiopia should not be the Ethiopia and Somalia. They shouldn't be struggling with small forces like Al Shabaab and TPLF. We should have 5 million plus soldiers, like all state actors, being able to put these things down quick, so it's not just dragging out. But yeah, that's in my perspective. We should be doing for self and not be relying on other people anymore.
Thank you very much, Pi.
Thank you, Pi.
Wanda Chezi, are you working already? Wanda Chezi, or is this a strategy again, Wanda Chezi? Big, remember the other day, wanted to close the show and he was still far from his house. He had to run. Menatezi had to run until he reaches home. Before he can talk to us.
And I think he did.
Maybe he's running now again.
Yeah.
Does he have bad connection or something?
I think he's got a problem with his phone. So
okay.
It's a new phone. He can run and control this new phone. So there's a user end problem, and they're not friendly with each other. He told us already he's having a problem with the phone because he know the first thing he would say, food or South Africa, just to keep you online. Did I disconnected? But anyway, there's one thing that I just want to add. Fire was saying things, and everybody else that's in this is that when Pi said, Menelik said we don't want to isolate Africa, right? So we got the same children that's going to grow up, same age, in different part of the world, and these kids now around the world, I'm talking about globally, they are fed up. They have their own mind into business, into building and stuff like that. But we just want to make sure that our African brothers and sisters are in line for that kind of bold moves that's going on in the world. The whole world youth is moving. We're talking about a big movement that's going on in the world, and how to align our kids with this coming new powers. That's going to be another discussion, another maybe tomorrow we can talk about it. How can we align an African child with another country or continent children where they can be in synchronicity and helping each other? Not from the past. Like I said, the third dimension, the third is going to be out. The fourth has already started with the time, and we're on the fifth dimension. So, how to bring them into harmonious way of dealing with one another.
You're saying it's what, Biggie? You said, how can we align the African child to
the world youth, to the world, the rest of the world, east, west, south, whatever in a name. How to align our African brothers and sisters to benefit, in fact, and to accelerate into the equalness, and then from there as leadership. It's like we cannot ignore, because the youth is making some move right now across the planet. Across the planet, the way the youth they used to think in the old boom, they are really specifically in the one that comes right after the millennium. They're really getting sharper and sharper and looking for their best potential. What do you call it? Self sustaining. You understand? They're not talking about this 9 to 5 kind of jobs, the old collar, blue collar kind of jobs. They're looking at on a higher level. So we need to discuss this. How can we bring our youth to that level, to that scale, what it requires? I find it very interesting, because since Munilik said we don't want to isolate Africa, then how competitive can our African brothers and sisters, youngs, growing up and be competitive in the world? Anybody agrees?
I mean, I definitely do.
I just want to have one yes at least.
Those are some wise words.
we on it, Biggie. We'll have a conversation around that tomorrow, and since the weekend, we will flow with that one, Biggie, tomorrow or today.
I think it will be interesting. It will be a very interesting topic, because it will touch a variety of things. On at the end of the day, we're all God created. We all want to live in harmony, in peace. As long as it's going to promote that, and we get our African brothers and sisters ready for that level, that means an African won't be raising any arm against another African. And that's our promotion, just to make sure that we respect each other and be royal, like Icon Fire said it. So I think it will be a great discussion.
Okay. Thank you very much, Biggie. Mandatezi, are you now connected? Still struggling? I think Mondatezi is struggling today. I can see he's been logging in with the other phone in and out. But hopefully tonight, tomorrow for those who are in America, Sunday, he should be fine, and then he can maybe have a conversation. He will have his questions raised. I know he always comes up with really thought-provoking questions. So yeah, family, and for those who've just joined us or who've been watching us, please do not forget to subscribe. Don't forget to like, share the live stream, and and those who just joined us, I mean, you can do a rewind and go and watch the conversation from start. A lot of topics that we covered today. It wasn't just one topic. But for tonight, we will close with just the what's this topic. We'll just leave it here, and then today again later on we will have another stream. Please join us. I think tonight, if His Excellency is not coming live, we're probably gonna have it early. If he's coming live, we're gonna have it around this time again later on. So
Yeah,
yeah,
what's the time? We would say between one because today, tell you honestly, if I didn't slip and look at it, I wouldn't know about it. So, what time would you
yeah.
say?
I'll probably put it in the afternoon around 3. I should have like sort of a direction whether he's gonna do a stream or not. Because
Right.
sometimes if he's gonna be having a conversation, the challenge, one of the challenges that maybe the family doesn't know with getting some people to the show, it's people confirming, because a person can confirm, but in the last hour tell you, unfortunately, ABC came up, can't come anymore. So those are the things sometimes we fear, sometimes putting a stream, especially with interviews and stuff, putting it early next thing, then the person no show, or they tell you a different story. Then we find that we have a topic, somebody was supposed to come, then we end up having to host with just everyone, and the person
Of
who was
course.
supposed to be joining us, then they pull out in the last hour. So those are the challenges at times. So if he's gonna be having somebody, because I know nowadays Sundays he likes coming and likes interviewing some of the YouTubers and all that stuff. If he's going to have another person here, then by then at least around 3-4 East African time, obviously, we should know that person is still committed, is still in, and then we can set up around 5 or 6. Then that makes things easy for us, So I'll only confirm. I will probably set it up around 3-4 East African time. Once I'm sure that if there's no one coming and there's there's no one coming and he's not planning to come through, then we will have it early, maybe around 9 p.m. East African time, 8 p.m.
1
Central
p.m.
African time,
1
6
p.m. Yeah.
p.m. GMT. So yeah, so those are the things. Yeah, those are
Yeah. At the same time, can you send the notification on our WhatsApp group also? It's very important
yeah.
that they get
I'll
flagged,
do that.
and that gives us a heads up.
Yeah, I'll probably send it early and later, because I realize people post a lot of things there, and it's easy for people not to even read it or miss it, because there's a lot of people who post different things, different topics. So sometimes I prefer doing it later, then people can really know it's, because later on, during the day they post a lot, later on at least it becomes quiet,
Correct.
So those are the things that I've been monitoring and looking at. Yeah, but a lot of things that are still coming. For those who don't know, we've been asking why you've been a bit quiet. We're also trying to get a lot of people in, like really people that we can learn a lot from, and people that a lot of Africans want to hear their mind and pick up their thoughts and stuff. So yeah, but getting that, yeah, I now know what journalists go through when they need to get people to their shows or programs and stuff. So yeah, it's not it's no
It's
child's
not
play.
easy.
It's something
It,
easy.
it's not easy. I mean, I know there's a lot of things that we're doing, but at the same time, we just want to make sure that we thank Tanzan, the only GB. Well, we see your comments, Sam, EE. I mean, I just want to rewind a little bit just to appreciate all of you. Marie Antoinette is there, and I mean, great people. I mean, you guys have so much topic in there. You probably missed Pi because we hijacked him.
Yeah, he came late
Yeah,
today. He also came late.
yeah, but no, he's still there commenting, and he just came back when he came into the discussion when the Icon Fire put some fire, you know what I mean? And I really appreciate Icon Fire that his thoughts and always supportive. Really definitely, and it's just something that I see Sarah. I'm going through a different people that's been really following up and doing the right thing, And like I said, it only take a very few of us to have the realization of one Africa. And if we achieve one task at a time, after our, I'm very ambitious. Okay, if we accomplish one task after our meeting, and this is what I want to see. I want people to go and talk about it. I want you to grab these topics, take it to another level, with your neighbor, with your friend, with your sister, with your brother. I mean, this is how we're going to be bringing the leaders, because we need the leaders. We need the specialists. We need the experts. We need everything that is African, that it comes in within us. This is very important. So I really appreciate all of you. Share your thoughts. Some of the discussion that we have, I discuss it with my wife if she doesn't follow up, and I'll ask her, what do you think about this? And she will give me her true, honest answer. Between husband and wife, there's a discussion about the family issue, and then you got political issues, and we talk about it. So so far so good. We're both in line. We're on the same page. So sometimes we might have some difference of opinions, and then you take that opinion and make it positive into working, because everything that you share in here was for the best for us. You're working for yourself, remember, we're all working for ourselves to make a better Africa. And we know deep inside, there's so many things to do, so many things. But again, I repeat myself, I don't want to sound like cliche. Let's hit those low hanging fruits and make them fruitful. Let's drop those and make sure that they've been done. Again, we're talking about certain drought victims. We're talking about war victims. We're talking about displacement. We're talking about so many things, and I want to make sure that we got the fundings where we can channelize these things. And if we do that, we bring in the idea, we're going to be very, very financially strong platform where we can help. We can do a lot more. And so one of my responsibilities is make sure that I relate to the diaspora on contributions, on progress, finding big brothers, big sisters. Africa children need just a hand, just a pull. And guess what? It comes from their own big brother. It's not a foreigner that comes in have no idea about Africa, but there are foreigners that have no idea of Africa, but just looking at what's going on, they give, they share what they have. So we Africans should be a lot stronger into really taking care of our own. I'm sorry I took a little bit longer than I thought, but I'm very passionate, you know that.
Thank you, Biggie. I think Manatezi is back. Manatezi. Still. Anyway, family, please subscribe. Please like, turn on the notification icon, and let's meet again tonight, Sunday, 9 p.m. East African time, or 9:30 p.m. East African time, 8:30 Central African time. Or if there is nothing, so currently I cannot say, but check us from that time. If not, know that we're gonna have a midnight session. If there's gonna be a session earlier, we're gonna have a midnight session just before 12. We should have another session. We will have this session. We'll continue where we left off. So
Oh,
stay tuned.
Tanzan, she's got a beef on Mondatezi. She's not done.
What's happening?
Uh,
Let me check. What's happening, Tanzan?
Tanzan, she said, we appreciate it, but I've got a bone to pick with Mondatezi.
Hey, what's wrong, Tanzan? What's wrong, Tanzan? Tanzan, she's been here, I think once or twice. Tanzan, hopefully tomorrow you'll come and join us. Please, please, please. We need a
We miss
lady's
her.
voice, you know?
Yeah, we missed her, you know.
We miss you. We miss you, Tanzan. We need you here. We need you here. Even if it's just once once a week. But we need you here, Tanzan.
Absolutely.
And,
The only's been missing.
yeah, she was here. She was here. She's been there. She is. Yeah, she was here. She's still online, in fact, with us.
No. I just wanted to be on the panel. Remember, we wanted to come in.
Yeah. I think she said she's working. She's doing something. So she's listening while
making
working.
bread. Making bread.
Making bread. The kids gotta eat. She's still making some bread. The family needs some money.
Oh, Richard said, "What's the energy?" We're talking about triangle. We're talking about triangle. Where we at?
Yeah, Rich. Rich has been doing a great job. Family, assisting us with so many things, databases. So thank you, brother Rich, for all your hard work. We really appreciate your hard work, and thank you so much, brother Rich. Thank you very much, Mr. Triangle himself. Thank you, Mr. Triangle. And I see again Tenzin says she'll be on tonight, so we can't wait. Tenzin, we can't wait for you to join us. Yeah. Thank you. And for those who've just joined or who've been watching, please subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe. Because sometimes we have a lot of people that watch but never subscribe. So subscribe if you are regular here. Yeah. And I'm not sure, Big, if I'm leaving out something. Is there something that we didn't not talk about or notify the
No, it's just another thing that we are gonna be working to notify everybody is trying to get a 24 hours session. I already did some programming and stuff like that, so that's a new common attraction. So basically, it's gonna run 24 hours, and then from there, different people will be picking some of the subject, and if you can put some kind of suggestion on what you want to hear, what do you want to talk about on these like 2.5 hours, 2 hours so discussion. We'll take that suggestion too. Put it on WhatsApp and put it on your comment, and eventually we're gonna reach you officially, and that official panel time when it comes, we'll ask everybody to suggest what you want to talk about for 24 hours, because I think you're all going to be ready for that, the first 24 hours. And I know we cannot hang for 24 hours, but do the best you can, whatever the session that you can attend. So this is an upcoming thing, and we'll follow with some details, because I'm very anxious to really have this thing to happen, and still talking with Mika and all that. So it's common attraction. That's one thing. And anything that you want to suggest on a comment anytime, we're just gonna just post it, and we'll take it from there. And the majority that want to discuss about it would see it, and we'll talk about that issue within those 24 hours. So other than that, again, one thing that I cannot stop emphasizing is make sure you like this video, especially those that are in the comment, in the panel. Make sure you just click that like. I know you all subscribed for sure. I want to assure myself that way. But at the same time, I want you to take these conversation among your families, among your friends. Feel you have the same sense of understanding of One Africa for now, and people that can join us and talk about it. Because at the same time, when you talk about it, you also come up with a different idea, and you can come and share that with us. And that is very important for our movement, because these are the information that we can get. If you know anybody that specializes in certain things, where we can have some kind of short interview. We're not going to drag them through 3 hours, but just a short interview where they can give us stats, statistics on different discussions. So discuss it among your family. I think that's the best. Your friends, your family, your better half, your children, because some children are very sharp. You just ask them, what do you think about Africa? Start right there. Your own children. If they're not in Africa, they are abroad. Ask them these questions, so they start getting the interest of what Africa means. And if you cannot explain, hey, they can listen and have conversation. So we're inviting everybody we can in here, because only us cannot just make a difference. It needs the whole village, like I said, to raise a child. So we need the whole African community to really contribute into this. And this is power. And then we're going to have all the financial freedoms where we can spend money through us. What we got connected, where we can channelize these funds to help the basic necessity to our African brothers and sisters, those who's been oppressed, those that's been prosecuted, those that been really put in the dark. Let us be the one that's going to provide them with everything that we can. And that's another upcoming that I'm working on. So pray for me, because that's one thing I want to see happening, that we have collectively harness ourselves with everything we need to help our African brothers and sisters. And the mothers, especially the mothers.
Thank you, Biggie. We'll continue praying. I think it's a time that we need to pray now. We still have, obviously, Biggie has just been added as well to the list. And in fact, I'm also raising my hand. Please pray for me as well. Pray for His Excellency Mika as well. Pray for the team, guys. Pray for us. So it's Mika, it's myself, it's Biggie. How's Kaku, Biggie?
Yeah, Kaku. Yeah, he's okay. He can raise his arm up, so it's a good sign. Your prayer is working, by the way. So we're looking at the miracles that's happening.
Amen to that. Amen.
Yes.
And then we've got Marie Antoinette, we've got Kuku, and who else? Kuku, Marie Antoinette.
Tzedeka? Dr. Tzedeka.
Oh, Dr. Tzedeka, yes. So Tzedeka as well. We speak full recovery. I know he met Mika. He seems to be better, but we pray for total healing. So yeah, family. So there's a lot now. You must also drop your prayer there as well. Some of you might have other things that they want, but drop your prayers if you also need. But so far, we can now just pray and close and meet again later on. Thank you, Abba Father, for this night. Thank you for this morning. Thank you for this afternoon that you've blessed us with to meet together as brothers and sisters from all over the world. We thank you, Father, that we can meet. We thank you for this unity. We thank you for this love. We thank you for building us. We thank you for teaching us to listen to each other and to speak to each other. We thank you, Father, that we can always rely on you. We thank you, Father, as we are going to different places and different things that we have to also do. We pray that your hand be upon us until we meet again. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
May Xavier bless you all and have
Amen.
the subconscious still working for One Africa. And the Creator knows what we're built for. And this is our mission. May Xavier give us the achievable missions in our reach. Amen.
Amen. Amen. And just one last thing. For those who want to join the membership, the Patreon or the YouTube membership program, please join, see the categories there, become a member. And that's another elevation right there. So thank you, family. Have a blessed Sunday, blessed evening, wherever you are. We pray that you be safe, and we all shall meet again in this platform, and all of you will still be in perfect peace. And yeah. So good night, good morning, and good afternoon.
I was second morning.
It's still morning, right? I think even the guys were in Australia, South Korea. Is it? I think some of them might be in the afternoon already.
Yeah.
They're like 7 hours ahead. Those who are 7 hours ahead. They're already in the afternoon. They just, So,
right. Awesome.
Biggie, let's meet again later on.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Ezra, I really appreciate it. Thank you for taking in charge today. And it means a lot. I thank you personally. Always been my my buddy on the same missions. Thank you. Xavier bless you.
Xavier bless you too.
Amen.
Amen.
Good night. Good morning.
Morning for me. Good night to you. Good night to you, Biggie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Bye.
Bye.